Right now, as I speak, we do have this testimony that's set to begin, and this is the mayors of sanctuary cities across America. They have some splaining to do. They're testifying before this Republican-led House Oversight Committee today about their immigration policies, which are problematic. The committee launched this probe back in January into the city's policies, limiting compliance with federal immigration enforcement officials. So the leaders of these so-called sanctuary cities, and I have to wonder because I don't see anybody from Jersey here. But remember, New Jersey declared Phil Murphy. He had said, "No, Jersey, this is a sanctuary state." But these are all Democrats, and we can only expect that there will be fireworks, of course. And we are going to see Republicans on the committee over the policies really grilling them about, why? Why are they willing to endanger their own citizens and public safety? So this is set to start any moment. We are monitoring that, and we want you to know that right off the top. Where are those cities? Now, obviously, if anybody from Philadelphia were there, we would take it live immediately, but this is Boston, Chicago, Denver, New York City. Who's not on the list? A mayor who you've not heard much from on this issue, Mayor Sherrell Parker. So, sometimes by omission, you can infer that if somebody is not protesting, by omission, we could infer that, we don't hear too much about it, do we? They're complying. That's why. So we've got that going on, which is nice. We want to get to the address made by Donald J. Trump last night. And I want to get to the Pennsylvania angle of this as we think about what I thought it was incredible. I want to hear from you. So I did. I was excited for it. We were psyched for it. I watched it with Larry. Of course, Larry Bear went to bed because, he's up at like 2 o'clock.
Oh,
but
come on, Larry. You can
Larry Bear went. He was so sleepy.
He gets up at 2?
He does. He gets up at 2:30. And then he makes eggs for, I can't, I haven't eaten yet. You know what I mean?
What time do you get up?
I get up, so a lot of times he wakes me up, but I'm up by 3:30, just going over everything.
Wow, he doesn't try to be quiet and not wake you up?
No, he does. I'm just a really late sleeper.
Oh, okay.
But last night, this thing went, it was 100 minutes. To me, this was pure, you know me, right? Because I'm a Trumpaholic. Let's just put it there. If you're a Trumpaholic, we're going to guzzle together, baby. But so if you're not, you can call in and blast me. But seriously, it was gold. It was just solid gold. So this thing went 100 minutes, and then they had the post. Well, right when it was done, I watched a little of the post. Then I fell asleep on the couch, the big gold comfy couch. So I fell asleep.
I did too.
You did?
Like the post legitimately put me to sleep.
I was like, I fell asleep. But then I'm having this nightmare about Sean Hannity. Then I wake up.
Wait.
Because I think that Hannity was on. You know what I mean? Like they were all on.
But we got to explore this. If Sean Hannity's making an appearance in your dreams now, Dawn, what's going on here?
Only because his voice was in there as he was interviewed. But it was all good. And then I finally woke up at like 2-ish.
Hold on, though. You said it was a nightmare with Sean Hannity.
It was like,
were you doing like Taekwondo with the guy? All right,
I was like fighting all the. No. It's all good. It's fine. I was kind of just like that Sean Hannity voice.
I know what you're saying.
I like Sean fine, but you know what I mean? You don't want Sean in your. It's just like creepy a little bit, right?
Yeah, I have a car guy that enters my dreams often named Doug DeMuro. It's pretty bad.
So let's get to it, shall we? First of all, this was a situation with Donald J. Trump that is undeniable. And that's the bottom line on this one. As you think about what he did, tell me that again.
Go ahead. I did have Fogle, Comperatore, and Nungaria ready for you.
Thank you. Yeah, because you didn't hear all of it because we had so much this morning and we had so much analysis. We were breaking news this morning since 6 a.m. And so that's the beauty of being live and local, right? You're going to hear something different every hour, no matter when you're tuning in, or if you are loyal and you've been waking up with us. We're waking up together. But don't say you're waking up at the crack of dawn. I get that every day. It's like, really? Thanks. Yeah. All right. So let's get to it. I think, I know. My big take with Trump, as far as this goes seriously, is that we heard in the last administration, remember, say her name, say their names. We heard from Corey Comperatore, who was assassinated July 13th, right here in Pennsylvania. This man was assassinated. he received the bullet, one of the bullets that was intended for President Trump, then candidate Trump, right? And we heard from Corey Comperatore's family members, his daughter, who said, I'm going to say my dad's name because nobody's going to say his name. Well, Trump said all of these names and more. He said Laken Riley. He said Jocelyn Nungary. He said Corey Comperatore. He brought home, because then we later learned that, in fact, he met a 95-plus-year-old mom who said, please bring my son home, my son Mark, who they've forgotten. All of these forgotten individuals. Remember, in a Biden address, there was a grieving Gold Star dad who was escorted out because he said, say my son's name, killed, a U.S. service member killed at Abbey Gate. Say their names. Well, you know who said their names last night? Our president, our great president, I believe the greatest American president in our history, in our rich history here in America. Donald J. Trump said all of their names and just smushed it all in the faces of the people whose policies have failed us. We the people, we the patriots, we the American people. Thank you, Mr. President. So let's get to it and listen to these moments where President Trump paid tribute to these family members and met them at the door of their grief, but also praising the lives of those who've been lost, and certainly the lives of the heroes who've been lost, and some of them collateral damage because of the last administration's policies. So, Dan, take us through it. Where do you want to begin?
Well, you tell me, where do you want to begin? Because we got some great audio from talking. Maybe Fogle's mom might be the best to start with.
Okay.
You want to start with that, Don?
Sure.
Here you go.
Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogle was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
And then you see Mark Fogle blows a kiss at the president, standing there holding hands with his mom. And as the camera zooms out, you see that they're seated right behind Melania Trump and that whole group of individuals that Trump wanted to honor.
Credit to Madeline Dean. There was her on video there standing for Fogle.
Montgomery County.
Yeah.
And so there were a few moments where it was nice to see some Democrats who had the
not enough though.
Who had the class to stand up, but yeah, I mean, most of them were sitting there with a prune pouty face. But you know, this is President Donald J. Trump, his first address to Congress this term, and really, you know, honoring these families who have suffered so much. And I will say the grief of two mothers in particular, whose children's murders were linked directly to these illegal, I won't even say illegal immigrants, because these are illegals who are you know, violent, vile individuals who snuck into our country and carried out what can only be described as these heinous, violent crimes.
Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
And so he goes on to, originally he goes on first to Laken Riley, but since we didn't hear him talking about Jocelyn Nungary, and her mom is there and just trying to fight back the tears and biting her lip, And you think about this young girl who was walking along, kidnapped, tortured for hours, raped, violated. And, this is a heinous crime that happened. And this is what President Trump and I don't believe that her grieving mom knew exactly what was to come, but he broke, this was he was breaking the news, trying to pay tribute to this crime victim.
Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungary from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
You see Mom wipe away tears. So he signed this order in memory of her. It's such a beautiful tribute. I want to go, before we go to the Comperatore, Corey Comperatore being honored, if we could go to clip cut 36. And this is President Trump talking about Laken Riley and her family, her mom. And, yes, her mom is there. Her family is there. So if we can hear President Trump talking about that, I want you to think about something. That these Democrats who at some points became very quiet, and the reason that they became quiet was that the blood of Laken Riley, the blood of 12-year-old Jocelyn Ungaro is on their hands, and the policies of their party. Joe Biden allowed these violent, vile criminals, rapists, murderers to go free in our country, essentially inviting millions of people unvetted to just walk in the country. Why? Because they wanted to fill blue cities across America and really flood America with what they hoped would be Democrat voters. And I want you to understand that these victims, and many that you don't know their names, were just collateral damage for the Democrats. Maybe I shouldn't even say Democrats, because maybe it's not even fair to say them. It's the progressives. But that's really what was going on here. That's what the Biden administration allowed. And I will say this, that if you say nothing about your party, whatever that is, then are you not complicit? But yes, the blood of these children, these victims, is on the hands of these progressives, these Democrats who sat there and did nothing, just like they did nothing to save. And they could have saved them, but they did nothing. Listen in.
Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border.
Thanks.
And then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
Standing ovation. Allison, tears. I don't know if you're watching on YouTube, but if not, Allison dressed in black, and she's then hugs Lauren a bit, who tries to be stoic, support her mom, but obviously Laken's mom had tears streaming down her face. I can't even imagine the pain.
Last year I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
Standing ovation again.
The Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
Promises made, promises kept, but not done. 100 minutes. Let's end this segment, if we could, with the tribute. You have not heard this yet, and this is the tribute to the Comperatore family. Remember, and this ties together. Because remember, he met Mark Fogle's mom before Butler, PA, then the assassination attempt. But now this is a promise made as well, promise kept, as he speaks about and really pays tribute to Corey Comperatore. And this is Corey's wife.
Comperatore was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. Two others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of two great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their two beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before.
And so that is President Donald J. Trump. If you think about this, honoring every single person, we feel like we met them during his campaign. And if you wonder, why, he won, and he did win the popular vote. I don't care what anybody, they want to refute and boo, whatever. I'm not going to focus on those Democrats who were doing everything to disrupt. There's that old saying, the devil always interrupts. These were the moments that will define this president, because he's a president of the people. And when he talks about patriotism and when he talks about protections, I think it resonates with each and every one of us. We'll continue right after this.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
All-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team or they will lose all federal funding.
And so President Donald J. Trump, referring to, in fact, Peyton, who was somebody who suffered that brain damage. Imagine that. A volleyball player, I know that she's Peyton McNabb, who spoke out. We've covered her story, and she suffered that brain damage when she was injured then by a biological boy, a transgender male, who delivered that spike. And so when we think about this and what it means for these students, it relates, and I couldn't help but think about what's happening locally and whether or not the Trump administration will immediately yank federal funds or try to do something about what just happened. This is late yesterday afternoon in a courtroom not so far from where I'm broadcasting here in Philadelphia in the federal building before a judge whose name will be familiar to you. And so this is the Quakertown mom that I had been telling you about, Holly Megalengo. So her daughter, a senior in high school, a runner, and maybe you relate to this, whether you have a child or a grandchild who has worked their entire life, right, since they're little, and all of the driving that you do. I mean, this is the story of my life, right, with the boys, driving everywhere. Last night, what time? I got home at 8, I got home just in time, actually, before the pre-show, then before Trump's speech. So sometimes you think about for the family, for the parents, for the kids, the dedication, the weekends, the late nights, the practices when they are an athlete. And for girls especially, it absolutely matters when you are an athlete as well as a good student, when you come in first place in your, for example, if you're in track, first place in your races, that you can put on your college application. So when I think of Holly Megalengo, when I think of what she's dealing with her child who's applying for colleges, and of course you want to put that you have first place on those college applications. It matters. Of course, it matters to be first. But in what happened yesterday, and I'm not surprised, I have to tell you, when I saw that it was Judge Wendy Beetlestone, remember her? She was at the time during the pandemic and when there were all those court challenges for schools, remember this, to be reopened, it was this same Obama appointee who was the one who came down in what many criticized at the time to be biased rulings over and over and over. And so this same judge got the case, and I thought, oh, this is a shame. So what we're talking about here, now just to bring you up to speed, is the Quakertown mom right here in Pennsylvania who had filed a lawsuit. When did she file that lawsuit? Well, coincidentally, January 20th. Yeah, the day that Trump, of course, was signed in, his inaugural day. And so good mom, and so she files the federal lawsuit on behalf of her daughter, who's a senior in high school and a student athlete. And her daughter was forced to compete against a biological male. Her daughter, you know what her daughter did? She came in first place. And you know why I'm going to say she came in first place? Because it should not count that she was beaten by a biological male, a boy, right? And so it's just not fair. So she came in, they said, oh no, you didn't win the race. Sorry, you came in second. You were beaten by, and I'm quoting, another girl. So now this highly competitive, think about this, teenage girl, athlete, hardworking student athlete, her entire life, and it's her senior year. And so she wins. She comes in first place. But no, she was beaten by a boy. And you should see the images. I mean, this big, guy, strong guy. And she made some comment. No, that's not fair. That's a boy. You know what they did? They shamed her. They said, oh, we're going to tell your athletic director. You're going to be in trouble. You can't say that. In other words, hey, woman, hey, girl, you just take it. You shut up and you take it. This is the very definition of oppression and suppression, a violation of civil rights. Shame. This is the kind of thing that we must stand up for. And for President Trump, Riley Gaines, you think about all of these individuals who have stood up against this. It doesn't matter. That's what that judge said yesterday. I mean, this is, when you read the transcript of this thing, and by the way, the PIAA, yeah, there's another P name I've got for you, because they just passed the buck. You thought I was going somewhere else. I passed the buck. I know what you were thinking. Maybe you were right. But the PIAA, the fact that they said, well, we're going to leave it. They rewrote, and Beth Ann Rossica so rightly talked about this, where she said, they rewrote after the obviously with what President Trump did. So they rewrote things and said, well, we'll leave it up to a superintendent. So passing that buck. And so the suit filed, when I read through the transcript of this thing, and this is her daughter's a senior and a member of the Quakertown Community High School girls cross country team. So my son Michael ran cross country. If you know anything about cross country, I mean, this is very hard work, right? And so she competed against a school that's like maybe 6 minutes away from my house. I'm on the Philadelphia side, but it's PW. It's Plymouth Whitemarsh High School. It's the Colonial School District team. And they actually raced back in September. And so this is a biological boy. And I don't know all the kids are going to know each other, but I would love to know when this biological boy, when did he, quote unquote, transition, right? And that's another question that we have. But in any event, in this one, to add insult to injury, this judge says, well, there's really no harm. Is that you should hear the questions that Judge Beetlestone was asking. And there's no harm. Where's your evidence of harm? You know where the harm is? The demeaning nature of this. Just imagine if we just took out the word that she's a girl and we put in any other terminology, African American, Hispanic American, disabled American, and we did this to somebody. But this is the kind of oppression and suppression. Her civil rights have been violated. I hope they continue on with their battle. We have to take a break. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assure to ensure we always are. Price Assure uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assure is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Hurry in to the Friends and Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Persecution to the
a lot
Irish,
of money is paid
forced out
to people because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
There were, I was laughing out loud. Maybe you were too. Some of those moments were very funny when he was talking about DOGE. I mean, it was so ridiculous spending millions of dollars on like trans mice or whatever in other countries. Not even in this country.
$1 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million.
Yeah, so it was funny, but it's sad, right? And he paid tribute to Elon Musk, who's stood there and kind of, saluted, did a little salute to the commander.
Wearing a suit.
Yeah, wearing a suit with a blue tie, like a bright, kind of a purpley blue tie. Very nice suit and tie. Got a haircut.
Can I tell you what Maisie said, though, while we were watching that portion of the speech? Because Maisie, sadly, because I have to watch all her reality BS that I often talk about. And the other night we were watching the Oscars. Well, I had control of the TV last night, and I'm watching that address. And Dawn, it's when he was so Maisie is an accountant by trade. And when he was going through all this, she was kind of stirring a little bit. When he got into Social Security and he started going up and up in ages and started giving those numbers, she turned to me and she goes, how has nobody ever looked into this and found this? And she, as an accountant by trade who does a lot of auditing, is nobody's ever audited our Social Security to find out someone 200 plus years is out there, still collecting. It's nuts. It's nuts.
Well, and you're right. And that's just it. That I know that, and we talked about this earlier. So if you go to SSA.gov, you can see all the numbers over the years. But the truth of the matter is that even though there are some who've come back and said, well, we're doing the fact checking on this, and it might be because nobody bothered to go and put that when they died, or there might be typos or this or that. But the point of this is that technically what Trump is, the information that the president of the United States is reading, that is correct information, that these people are on these rolls. Now, the question is that their real age? Is it a typo? Are they really still getting the check? And so to Maisie's point, how do you not go through this?
At least look into it.
Right? Look, that you should constantly have a comptroller of some sort, that you should constantly have audits.
Like auditors aren't accountability people, they're questioners, essentially. And why is nobody questioning what the hell's going on here? It's crazy that you have these numbers out there and people are were they turning a blind eye? Because people in Social Security had to have seen this, right? Or no, did they just not notice and because if they saw it, then they turned a blind eye to it, and then those questions have to be answered as well.
Yeah, and this is our money. So let's just say, at what point is it okay that you're being, so think about the amount of money we're talking about. And they're talking about not just millions of dollars, they're talking about billions of dollars. So for the average person, what amount is okay that the government, through whatever, not paying attention, fraud, and think about your pocket. If somebody is stealing, let's say $5 a day out of your pocket, out of your paycheck, at what point are you outraged? I mean, that's really what Elon Musk, and not just Musk, I mean, he's the one who's, heading up the team to do this as a service. But Musk, by the way, they've confirmed over and over, is not making the decisions. He hands over the data, right? But what amount of money is okay? If it's $1 a day, if it's, $1,000 a week, what amount of money would because to me, zero is the answer, right? Zero amount of money. So this is just our government failing us. And then all the media does, all the Democrats do is they make excuses or they try to poke holes. Well, that's not exactly right. Oh, well, they missed a decimal point. That's what we've heard. They missed a decimal point. Well, okay, move the decimal over. So if they said billions and it's millions, then is that okay? So every time when you get down to it, they're admitting that DOGE has found all of this money that's unaccounted for, or all of these checks that apparently have been going out to people. And so even though it's kind of funny, it's also disturbing and should make all of us angry. But where's the investigative media to go through this and say, wow, give us the data. We'll try to track these people down. Back in the day, I think we would say, well, since the people allegedly might be alive, like Elon Musk said, they should be winning the Guinness Book of World Records. Could at least the 150-year-old, could we at least get that person's name if they're 104? We should go knock on their door.
Can we celebrate them?
and celebrate them.
Yeah.
Hold a birthday party.
Uh-huh.
But has anybody even I didn't think of it until just now.
Yeah, they should do big checks and everything like they do at the Publishers Clearinghouse.
Yeah, like woohoo.
Yeah.
Guinness, like
congratulations, you're 170 years old today.
What's your secret?
Wait, you're only 48 and you're collecting through your great. Oh.
Yes, so what's up with that? But nobody in the media is even asking any of this because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that actually it's a good idea to investigate. And that's why I know that around the corner, we'll get to that Rasmussen. There's, there are all these new polls. Maybe you don't believe polls, but they did this Rasmussen report where they found all of the numbers of people in America who are, and this is via telephone. By the way, I never get this. You know why? I don't answer my phone. I don't know if you do. I don't. But some people apparently were answering their phones, and the vast majority of them said, yeah, DOGE is a pretty good idea. So we have some of those new polls. I don't usually talk about polls in general. I might as an aside because, I don't know, they've lost credibility too. 855-839-1210. We'll get to it, your calls, and all of the breaking news because there's a lot locally, a lot nationally. Which buildings in Philadelphia are shutting down? Did you hear about this? These federal buildings, and we're hearing about the economic impact. So the answer is, well, we'll get to it around the corner, but we got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group, and we might have some good news for automakers, by the way. That was another thing Trump brought up, that Trump hopes that you'll be able to write off the interest on your loan. Wouldn't that be fantastic? So let's talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're featuring the latest luxury vehicles, and these are the top brands of today: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And these models, they have the sleekest new designs, innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And with thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships, Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Your weekend just got a lot better. Sunday mornings with Barry Siebel and friends.
Lois, you're live on the air with Uncle Barry.
So I always say, God bless America. I'm hoping J.D. Vance gets in after Trump.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how things go. And let Oprah and everybody leave the country. Don't come back.
Listen,
let them all leave the country and never come back, because that's what they said they're going to do. And you think The View's going to leave? I hope Elon Musk buys The View and tosses them all out on their ass.
Barry Siebel and friends. Listen Sunday mornings at 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT in the free Odyssey app.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at BradfordWhite.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
So Donald J. Trump last night, I thought it was an epic address to Congress, and it was really a victory lap, not just for the president, but for every one of us. It was vindication. As he went through and just reminded us of why we put him there. You, me, all of us, it's about us, really. And that was, to me, that was what was so poignant about this, looking at the celebration of the lives of, not just the crime victims of illegals, but their families, the heroes, all of that. And putting the people front and center. And then, yes, he broke some news, and we'll get into all of that as he broke the news about a terrorist and the mastermind, if you will, or the minion mind of the terrorists accused in the Abbey Gate, Afghanistan debacle and the deaths of 13 brave U.S. service members in Afghanistan. So he announced the arrest of that individual and said that that man was being extradited on his way with help from Pakistan to face justice here in the States. He did break that story. And praising Elon Musk. Thank you to Elon Musk, who, very humbly was sort of bowing and thanking people. And that really brings us, and before I take your calls on this, Dan had found this, and this was, in fact, these two clips with Elon Musk. So one that I hadn't heard anywhere else, so thank you for this, Dan, that Elon Musk, we saw just this last week when he was during Trump's first cabinet meeting. And remember that Elon Musk mentioned the death threats that he was receiving. So Joe Rogan, during that recent interview, asked Elon Musk about that. And this is a real fear that many of us may not be aware of because, the media is just bashing Elon Musk, who's basically a volunteer. He's doing this and then giving the information, the data that he finds about government waste, the fleecing of America. So listen in.
And what other methods?
I mean, this is really going to get me assassinated. It's like I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining this stuff, to say the least. I mean, I was supposed to go back to D.C. How am I going to survive? This fucker's going to kill me for sure. In fact, I do think it's like I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff because it's going to get me killed. Yeah. It's like I was actually thinking about that on the plane flight over here. It's like if I push too hard on the corruption stuff, people get desperate. Is the issue,
right?
Then they say like, okay, if the money flow cuts off, then okay, they can't afford school for their kids.
Right.
Then they're like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna kill you for my kids, type
Right.
of thing.
Yeah.
You know, then it's like, oh, geez. Okay.
And so I know that police, I know Indiana State Police, I mean, there are police that are investigating these death threats. This is very real because of his work with DOGE, with just trying to make government efficient and accountable. Let's get real quick to, and I couldn't hear you, Dan, because we were having, is it Ed?
Pat.
No, Pat? Hey, Pat in Bryn Mawr. Hey, Pat.
Hey, how are you? How are you? Yeah, no, I caught that with Joe Rogan, and it really disturbed me because, I mean, the guy was so sincere about it, and now, like, I'm actually thinking if you are against DOGE and you're, like, shuffling your feet and you're whining about what they're doing, you really should be investigated. Like, this stuff is just out and out fraud at every level, and the American people should be enraged, like enraged. And the fact that there are Democratic senators and congressmen that are just acting like it's not a big deal, it really upsets me. Like, it's one of these things where I would guess they're the first ones that we can figure out are corrupt, the ones that are fighting against it.
Thank you for the call.
It's unseemly.
It is. You're right. It's disturbing. That's for sure. I should mention to you, by the way, that we will have a senator who was right there. I saw him as he was walking in, our own senator from Pennsylvania, Dave McCormack. He'll be coming up in our next hour. So we'll get his take as somebody who was right there front and center as this was happening. And, you know, by the way, I know that we didn't get to this earlier this morning on Kale and Company, but when we think about DOGE, and there were stories by the media, this is what the media is doing. They're doing all these stories. Oh, these DOGE employees, they're making six figures. I'll remind you, and I told you about this at the time, when Trump announced the creation of this, it's really an alteration, if you will, of a department that already existed. Right. And so Trump kind of tweaked it, but used that existing department and then pivoted it to look into government inefficiencies. But it actually was created technically. This was created under the Obama administration. Again, they've renamed it, they've tweaked it, but a lot of those salaries that they're saying are newly created, that's false. That's not fair. That's not true. And it's really the way they're reporting it is a lie, basically, because they're omitting the fact that these jobs and these were already in place. These salaries were approved of. So I just wanted to, you're going to hear that. So I always want to give you that, arm you with that information if somebody says it to you. All right, I got to take a quick break. We got David McCormack coming up, Senator McCormack, coming up in the next hour. You're going to hear from him what that was like to be part of this historic address before Congress. Stay right there. We got a lot more right around the corner.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Breaking news from the boring to the bizarre. So Dan and I are watching this. Senator McCormack is busy right now because there's, he's at work, hard at work. But you can see this at senate.gov/legislative. By the way, if you're a news nerd and you ever want to watch this, but they're actually in a joint resolution situation where they're voting on has to do with the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to defining larger participants of a market for general use digital consumer payment applications, which I know is all stuff that really matters to us, but I have no idea. It's way over my pay grade, I guess. But these are the kinds of things that they have to go through, and their emotions and the floor schedule and all of that. So
Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker,
so
Mr. Bozeman.
Senators' jobs are pretty monotonous. Huh?
I know, right? This is the day to day. It's in truth, it's not a sexy job. Let's be real here. So they're in there, they're voting, and motion to invoke cloture on the nomination of. I mean, it's like, I know it's boring, but it's so we got that going on. I said from the boring to the bizarre. The bizarre headline this morning. This is cross your legs. A doctor cut off a baby boy's penis in a circumcision gone wrong. OMG. It's a true story. I imagine this is a lawsuit we'll be covering, but it's a newborn baby boy. And, oh my gosh, it was an inexperienced surgeon or doctor applied too much heat while cauterizing the foreskin and and damage this little baby boy. And, oh my God, what a horrible story. I'm even sorry I reported that. But I was just watching it, and then, this breaking news popped up in my feed, and then so I'm watching this boring roll call, and then the baby boy, lawsuit. How many millions of dollars will they get? God almighty. I can't even imagine. So we will have Senator Dave McCormack. He will be upcoming. We're also monitoring what's going on in the House of Representatives. Dan, is there anything? We're doing a check-in.
So a little interesting happening right now. You have Lauren Boebert of Colorado head-to-head with the mayor of Denver, who is very staunchly pro-sanctuary city. So you want to hear that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Mike Johnston, I hope we could start off on a level field of agreement here. So in your testimony, you said that locals were asking Denver, what will you do? When they saw 10 to 11 buses coming in a day and 42,000 illegal aliens entering their city. Denver, what will you do? And in a Fox 31 interview in January, you blamed state law for not
solving this national problem. Find more than point.
Ah, man,
Sorry, we lost it. That's all right. But so
I do have it if you want it.
What?
I have it back if you want it. Yeah, here you go.
In the state, we don't honor ICE detainers, end quote. I've demanded Governor Jared Polis and the Colorado State Legislature to repeal them. Douglas County has led on a lawsuit to get those laws repealed. So, Mr. Mayor, would you join me today in calling and demanding that these sanctuary policies, these Colorado state laws, be repealed?
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Yes or no, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon?
Yes or no? Will you join me?
Yes or no?
I do not believe the detainer law needs to be changed. So I can tell you what Denver
Okay, so
does
you
right now.
don't want them to coordinate with ICE, but yet you're blaming the state of Colorado for those policies. It's a statewide law. It's not a Denver law. And you're blaming the state of Colorado for the law, yet you will not call for that law to be repealed, correct? Yes or no?
We do coordinate with ICE presently. I'm happy to tell you what we do on this. We've honored detainer requests more than 1,226 times over the last
What about
years.
what about before a warrant? There are many issues before a warrant.
So if what happens is if ICE has sends us a detainer request,
Well, you have local law enforcement officers, Mr. Mayor, who are unable to coordinate with ICE to even get the initial warrant. They aren't allowed to tell them that they are illegal aliens. So unfortunately, you won't join me in asking for this law, demanding that this law be repealed. So let's keep going. In 2017, Denver passed an ordinance that ensured any city employee who spoke with federal immigration authorities would be fired, among other policies that have led to local and national media outlets to call Denver a sanctuary city. So now let me ask you, would a city employee be fired for communicating with anyone from the EPA?
Right now, Congresswoman, our policy is we don't ask people's status.
Would any city employee be fired for communicating and coordinating, talking with an agent from the EPA, a federal employee?
Not to my knowledge, Congresswoman.
What about Health and Human Services? Would they get fired for talking with someone from Health and Human Services?
Not to my knowledge, Congresswoman.
So they would only be fired for talking to federal law enforcement officers?
No, that's incorrect, Congresswoman.
This is an ordinance
city employees do,
Denver
in fact,
passed in 2017, Mr. Mayor.
Our city employees do, in fact, communicate with ICE. We do coordinate on multiple things with ICE. For instance, if there is a violent criminal warrant in the city, we pursue that
we're talking
together.
before the warrants, Mr. Mayor. There are issues happening before warrants are issued, and local law enforcement officers are unable to coordinate because there is no warrant. And your ordinance says that a city employee would be fired for communicating with federal law enforcement. So you've been mayor for 600 days. Have you ever called for that ordinance to be repealed?
We are not unable to coordinate with ICE right now. We're in communication with ICE right now.
Only if there is a warrant, but I'm talking prior to the warrant.
We wouldn't have a reason to coordinate.
Because you don't know if they're illegal, because you are unable to coordinate until there is a warrant. So that's why this ordinance needs to be repealed. So now the 600 days, there's been no time to ask for this to be.
I let it go a little longer than normal because I know that a lot of people like to comment about Lauren Boebert. She's an attractive, and she's young, by the way. She's attractive, and they like to comment about, last night, all the ladies look fabulous in their red, whatever. But, here's somebody who grew up in poverty, had a rough, life in a rural area in Colorado, was made fun of, ripped by the so-called mainstream media because she dropped out of high school, finally got her GED. And it's because she was pretty young when she became pregnant, right? And as a teenager, and had to quit high school, but wanted to become a mom and a wife and all of that. I mean, she's had a rough road. I'm proud of her. I look at her, and I know a lot of people, look at her. She's attractive. She's made a name for herself. She became a United States Congresswoman, for crying out loud. And she's clearly very bright and is clearly a role model for so many, maybe young girls who grew up poor, no matter where they live or what their ethnicity is, and had to drop out of high school. And maybe she inspires different individuals for that. To me, I just think she was impressive there.
And fun, too, because at some point she says to the mayor of Denver, well, you spent a ton of money shipping illegals out of your city, sending them over to New York City, where Mayor Adams is sitting right next to him, and asks Mayor Adams' thoughts on that. So take a listen.
You may request documents from.
Seriously declining. Denver Magazine reported that Denver has spent $7.5 million on shipping illegal aliens to other destinations. Mayor Adams, did Mayor Johnston ever coordinate with you and tell you that he was shipping illegal aliens to your city?
We coordinated in communication around the entire asylum seeker issue in our cities.
So I've heard that Denver crime went down. Well, Aurora's crime went up because you were also shipping them to Aurora. And we have documentation that I don't have time to discuss here in this hearing that proves you were shipping illegal aliens to Aurora. Their crime was increasing while you were hiding under laws that you will not demand be repealed, ordinance from your city. And then crime was going up from Trinidad Aragua gangs vandalizing apartment owners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I hope that we can get this
We have a
resolved in
5-minute
Colorado.
rule, Mr. Chairman.
Chair,
Gentle Ladies Times Expired Chair organized Miss Norton from Washington, D.C.
And so, I think it's a great back and forth. But again, pretty impressive for somebody who in the media, when you look at how they rip into her, I think that they're doing a good job to ask these individuals. They've done their due diligence. They've done their homework. And what they're questioning these sanctuary city leaders about is just allowing criminal aliens who are feared to be these violent individuals who are basically our own cities and our own tax dollars are enabling these people, welcoming these people. And the media would have you believe that all these individuals, although they're all, choir boys who are here among us and doing work nobody else wants to do, that's not the case. These are individuals who are in the system already. And so that's what they're asking them about. So we'll continue to follow it. We have to watch the clock. Do I have to take a break here, Dan? Where are we right now? Because
where are we at the vote? Do you know? Let's see.
I know we're trying to monitor live in the Senate, the House, the vote that's underway in the Senate.
They're doing a roll call vote with still 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock.
All right.
Yeah.
So
this is come on. What are we doing here with the roll call? You got the Dawn Stenslin show here, McCormack.
By the way, I should say, well, he's busy. This is his.
He's doing his job.
Look, this is his day job, and we know he's a really hardworking guy. So we appreciate.
So I have options for you. I have Jim Jordan, who's now going in the Denver mayor. That's pretty fun to listen to.
Okay.
I have a break here that we should probably knock out just so we can clear some air before the senator hops on. Where do you think we should go?
Your call, executive producer.
Let's knock out I hate to do this to listeners, but we do have to pay some bills. Let's knock out a quick break, clear some air. That way, if we do get the senator ready to go around 20 or soon after, we can take him right away. How about we do that?
And we have so much in store. Please stay there. And you want to hear what Senator McCormack has to say. So make sure you thank you for being here.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my happy place, the Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Yes, we're coming back for our live shows this year, but wow, they have so many amazing events and promotions happening right now. It's never too early to book your Easter Kids Spring Break Getaway, available April 13th through April 24th. Book 2 nights, save 5%. Stay 3 or 4 nights, save 10%. 5 nights or more, save 15% off regular rates. Breakfast is included in all packages. Memorial Day is going to be here before you know it, so book your Memorial Day weekend stay or your summer vacation. Get your dates booked now and get the best rooms. They will sell out. They always do. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhouses to accommodate family gatherings of all sizes so you can make memories to last a lifetime. You'll enjoy the indoor and outdoor heated pools, Hemingway's restaurant, the bar on the property, the pool bar, arcade for the kids, and so much more. Book direct today for the best rates. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number?
Oh. Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
So just ahead, we do have Senator Dave McCormack. He was right there, front and center. I don't know if you saw when he came in to the big address yesterday by President Trump, but you'll hear from Dave McCormack and get some insights that you haven't heard anywhere else. Of course, we have more audio for you, breaking news, developing news of the day. We're monitoring all of that locally, nationally. And then I have a little surprise for you because my better half, Larry Menti, he will call in after the senator around 11:30 something-ish.
I love that.
So, Larry Bear.
We can ask him why he wakes you up every morning.
He doesn't. He's so quiet. He tried, but I'm just a really light sleeper. So, honest to God.
All right. So while we wait, they are just reading back the votes on Senate floor now. So hopefully he will be joining us soon. Did you want to take some of the Jim Jordan audio?
Yes. Let's hear Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Johnston, who's Abraham Gonzalez?
Thank you, Congressman. He is a individual that was released from the county jail on Friday in the city and county of Denver.
That's all you know about him?
I do know that he was facing charges that the
Venezuelan gang member arrested by Border Patrol on September 20th, 2023, released into the country by the Biden administration. A few months later, he's arrested in your city, charged with aggravated assault. On March 11th, 2024, he's charged with motor vehicle theft, stole a car, and then on March 20th, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with felony menacing. 6 days after that last charge, I send you a detainer, which includes an administrative warrant. Basically, it says if you're going to release this bad guy, this gang member who allegedly stole a car, menaced people, and assaulted people, give us a 48-hour heads up. Is that right? That refresh your memory?
I do know about the detainer request. I do know that we provided a notification of release.
What kind of notice did you give ICE when you released him?
We gave him notification. I'm not sure how long in advance it was. I do know that.
1 hour.
I do know that there were
1 hour notice, and you released him 5 days ago, right? Why not give him more heads up? Actually, let's put the slide up. Let's see what it says here. Let's put the slide up. This is what the Denver Sheriff's Department, it's kind of hard to see, so I'll read it. It says, Denver Sheriff Department, ICE notification being released to the streets.
Great.
I simply said, just release him to us. You release him to the streets. Why not release him to ICE?
Yeah.
Thank you. What we've done, and we do this regularly, we've done 1,226
Oh, you do it regularly.
of these, is we notify
I'm
ICE.
asking about one. I'm not asking about the 1,200. I'm asking about Mr. Abraham Gonzalez, who's a gang member from Venezuela, stole a car, assaulted someone. You had him in your custody for how long?
I know that we released
345 days you had him in custody. And I said, hey, can you give us 48 hours heads up?
I don't know.
You gave him 1 hour notice.
Mr. Congressman, we notified them released. There were 6 ICE agents present when he was released, so they had enough time to respond and to be present.
Respond where?
To the jail where we released him from. So we released him we notified them of the release time. When we notify them of release, they come to the jail facility to pick them up.
Why didn't you say that's not what you said? You said you release him to the streets. Did you release him to the streets? You release him to ICE?
What we do, sir, is we release him from our county jail, and we coordinate with ICE on that release time and release date so that ICE can come and pick them up from that location.
Pick them up where? In the parking lot?
Yes, sir. They're on the facility property.
Guess what happened in the parking lot?
I know, sir. I've reviewed the video. So I looked at it. I've talked to the sheriff last night.
One of the ICE officers got assaulted, didn't he?
I've reviewed the video,
They had
sir.
to tase the guy, didn't they?
Would you like me to answer, sir?
No, I never answered. Did they tase him?
I know that there were 6 officers that had multiple tasers. I saw the
So they
detention
had
on
6
video.
officers. If you keep him in the facility and they come in the facility and get him, does it take 6 officers? Probably takes 2, doesn't it?
So we've been doing these, as I mentioned, 1,226 times. This is the first time I've been made aware of there's been an incident like this. So I reached out to ICE after I saw the video. I've coordinated with their team and offered to sit down and see if there are procedures we can change.
Listen to this guy.
It's a simple question. You can release him
Jim
in the
Jordan's
parking
so
lot,
good.
give ICE 1 hour notice, and they got to send 6 officers to arrest this guy. Or you can say, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to hold him. You come in and bring 2 officers in, and you turn him over there. Why not do it that way?
We
Why
have a
not?
city
You know why you
ordinance.
don't do it that way?
We have a city ordinance that
Because you're a
governs.
sanctuary city.
Yep.
This is the whole point.
No, sir, I disagree with you.
Oh, okay.
Because I'll tell you why. What if you talk about sanctuary as a definition of shielding people from law enforcement, we do not do that. What we do is provide services. In this context,
called
what
it
we
that.
did is we coordinated the
The
release.
officer got assaulted because of your policy, which says we're
You know
going
what?
to release him to, in your words, not mine, to the streets. They have to arrest him.
Thank you, Jim Jordan. Thank you. And that's the kind of thing that you're not going to hear that on your evening news locally or nationally. They're not going to focus on that. But this is the truth, that these individuals, not just society, but now you have 6 officers. They'd rather put an officer's life in danger. They'd rather risk this individual not being detained by the ICE, right? By ICE officers. They'd rather risk this guy getting out there. Dangerous dude. They'd rather risk all of that because why? They want to protect their sanctuary policy. That's outrageous. And by the way, the truth is that officer, by the way, that's injured now, that officer and that officer's entire family, they should sue. And they should sue this guy and the city and all. They should sue and say, you put us in harm's way. I'm not a litigious person. I don't want to say that, but as Yoli always says, lawyers always win. But truthfully, if they start suing these people personally, saying personally, your policy put me in danger, my husband, right? Then maybe they bring forth some level of accountability. But it's just sickening. By the way, another breaking news situation of the day. We're hearing from his local ties, as you know, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He's out there saying there may be some carve-outs coming to the 25% tariffs that we know that Trump talked about them last night, has referred to them repeatedly, but we might see some carve-outs dealing with Canada and Mexico. But all of this has to do with the negotiation. That's what Trump is doing. And so when he says we're going to have reciprocal tariffs, what he's saying is that all of these other countries, nobody talks about this, it's an unfair deal, that we pay so much more, and it's obnoxious. So we'll get to all of that. Do we have to break? Because I really want to stay on time for Senator McCormack.
We're actually good. Why don't you take a quick call from RJ with thoughts about last night's address, Dawn?
Hey, RJ, what did you think?
Yeah, I really liked the part of the address where he talked about DOGE. I just wish he had gotten more specific. I really like how Musk, they posted an $8 billion line item on the website only for a day or two later to walk it back to $8 million. I mean, that's not too big of an error. I also like how they have been removing things.
Let me just say this. So is it okay if $8 million, is $8 million wasted okay for you? How much out of your weekly paycheck, RJ, is okay? So should they, you know what I mean? How much?
When you're so sloppy and you posted this $8 billion initially, yeah, that's kind of a major screw up.
Look, they have all acknowledged that they're doing this. They're working quickly. This is work that nothing has been done like this before. They've immediately, how did you know about the mistake? We knew about most of these mistakes. Wait a minute. Let me finish. I'll let you finish. But this is, you know what show this is? This is the Dawn Stensland show. So I will just say this. Please show respect. I'm always respectful. So listen, if somebody makes a mistake in the government and they post something, they say, we made a mistake. We moved over the decimal. We apologize. We've corrected that. And they're doing that in real time. Then is it not significant, the millions of dollars that they found? Is that $8 million not significant? Do you know what I'm saying? RJ, we've never had this happen where somebody says, look at all this waste. You don't think that's a good thing?
You're right. We haven't had this happen. I think it's a great idea sending in a bunch of 21-year-old computer hackers with flamethrowers. It's brilliant. I mean, what could go wrong?
So is it okay for 21-year-olds to be sent overseas? Let's talk about those who've been killed while serving. Is that okay? 21-year-olds?
I hate to do that. I had to pull
we
a
have to
plug.
go
We got to take a really quick break because
Okay.
in about a minute and a half or so we'll be hearing from the senator.
We'll be right back.
Weather sponsored by First Bank.
A strong storm system moves through the Delaware Valley today. It'll be windy with showers around during the afternoon, some heavy at times. A strong to severe thunderstorm is possible, high around 60. Expect slow conditions for the afternoon commute. Tonight, showers come to an end during the evening with a low 48. And for Thursday, becoming partly sunny, it'll be breezy and cooler with a high 52.
Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings, as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax, revealing the truth about Elon Musk's DOGE. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsmaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
This is Larry Steiness with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Okay, I want to get right to Senator Dave McCormack because he's in between, working in D.C., and I know there's a lot going on Capitol Hill today, very busy day. I'll just point out, he was, before he was senator and before he went into business, he was Captain Dave McCormack, signed up as a young man and as a patriot, serving in our U.S. military. I'll remind you that he was there in Butler, Pennsylvania with Trump, and so just think about that. And then what it was like for you, Senator McCormack, thanks for being here this morning, as you were there last night, front and center, as President Trump delivered this incredible 100-minute address and honored all of those individuals and especially the Comperatore family there.
Hey, Don, how are you? It's great to be with you. Listen, last night was incredible because I think it gave the president an opportunity to just describe in specific terms what's happened since he's assumed the presidency. It's just been a remarkable amount of achievement in terms of securing the border, stopping the flow, 95% reduction in illegal entry on the southern border, just remarkable. The focus on energy, the focus on law and order. He's laid out a plan that's going to get our economy back in shape. I'm worried about the inflation piece. That's the one that's taken a while under the Biden administration to create all this inflation. We got to pull that back. But it was, I think, just a tour de force. And the two things that were really meaningful to me was as you say, the Comperatore family in the audience. The absolute honor that he bestowed upon Corey for his bravery to protect his family on that fateful day in Butler when he was killed and President Trump was shot. And I had a chance to sit with his wife and Corey's wife and two daughters in the second Butler rally. So I knew them a little bit, and I was just honored to see them. And then Mark Fogle I had promised Mark's mom, who was in the audience on that same day in Butler, that I'd focus on her son. President Trump made the same promise. Neither of us knew, of course, he would be shot later that afternoon. And here we have 22 days into President Trump's presidency. Mark Fogle, who is languishing in prison for 3.5 years, a 14-year sentence of hard labor in Russia, comes home. And I had the honor, President Trump invited me over to the White House to welcome him home. So for me, it was just a very personal and, really meaningful night. And it was my first, of course, and I was obviously honored to be part of it.
Well, we love hearing, this first experience for you. Wanted to get to the issue of tariffs. I know there's some Lutnick news this morning. And of course, the tariffs that we've been talking about in the headlines, Senator McCormack, are directly related to the fentanyl crisis, right? Because that's part of one of the many reasons that President Trump has imposed those. I know that you wanted to talk about this issue.
Well, listen, I've been very clear during the campaign and since the president's assumed office that you can really use tariffs for two things. One, you can use them to change behavior. And we have this fentanyl crisis, which is out of control. 100,000 Americans died last year, 4,000 Pennsylvanians. And so the president's using tariffs to say, hey, get control of your border from Canada, from the southern border, and also from China in terms of sending the fentanyl ingredients. Stop the flow of fentanyl. So the first set of tariffs are for that. And I support that because, listen, there may be, as the president says, some disruption because of it. But think about this, 100,000 Americans. I mean, the scale of this crisis it's almost like people don't internalize how big a deal this is. It's the number one killer in our country. So these are punitive tariffs to get them to change their behavior, and I think it makes sense. The second kind of tariff is a reciprocal tariff. This is a case where we're not getting a fair shake in certain industries. China or other countries around the world are putting barriers to our exports. They're stealing our intellectual property. And the reciprocal tariffs are meant to level the playing field. I'm confident, and I think the president's confident, if American workers have a level playing field, they will thrive. But we got to make sure it's fair. And so the tariffs that the Trump administration put on aluminum and steel are to make an even playing field, a fair playing field, because other countries around the world subsidize those industries. So as the president said, we'll see how it goes. I'm monitoring very carefully. So is he. I know he's very sensitive to anything that's going to put pressure on inflation or slow down the economy. But these make sense, and if put in place strategically, I think it's going to be great for the American economy over time.
I know that Ukraine this morning making headlines with maybe the CIA director cutting off some of those informational meetings with Ukraine. I also want to get to another story locally just to make you aware, because you and your wife, Dina, of course, we've talked about you have a lot of girls, dad of daughters. But I wanted to make you aware of something, and that is that locally here, this is a federal judge, Beetlestone, just late yesterday afternoon ruled in a defeat of a Quakertown mom suing on behalf of her senior in high school daughter who was forced to run against a biological male. Her daughter came in second place. And essentially, I just wanted to put that on your radar, Senator. I know that you're just hopping out. And so I just wanted you're in D.C. there. And I want to get this word out directly to the Trump administration. So I just want to get that word out because I know you're a dad of daughters and you fought to protect daughters. But as well, I wanted to get
I think the president mentioned it last night, and this is what I support. And I'm not sure what the judge ruled on today, but federal law, I think, will eventually deal with this, and the executive order certainly did. That biological males should not be able to compete in women's sports, and it's just very simple as a father of six. But I think most people see this as common sense, and there's two reasons for it. One, it's not fair to those female athletes who put it all on the line and are working so hard. I've got six that played soccer and volleyball and all sorts of sports. So it's just unfair because it's a different set of biological capabilities in a man versus a woman. This is not fair to the women. Second, we've developed these incredible women's sports through Title IX in our country, and this would destroy Title IX. which has essentially created these very robust women's sports that are the envy of the world. And so this is this is a position I hold very strongly, and one that I'm going to keep advocating for. And I think President Trump is, as he said last night at the State of the Union, or at his address to Congress, is 100% on board with that same approach.
Senator McCormack, I know we have a few seconds maybe, and you have to jump off because you're very busy today and have to get back in session. But is there any other news that's breaking there? I know there's so much developing, and especially a lot of concern about what's going on with Ukraine. We keep hearing that this peace deal or minerals, rare minerals deal may be coming close.
Well, listen, I think the president was on the right path. That meeting in the White House in the Oval Office was very unfortunate. I really do think President Zelensky showed a lack of gratitude and grace in how he dealt with it. And the bottom line is there's been an outline of a deal that's good for Ukraine, good for Europe, and good for America, which is essentially the following: stop the terrible fighting that's killed millions of people, hundreds of billions of dollars of destruction. Have an economic deal with the United States that aligns our interests. That's also a big deterrent for Russia ever invading in the future. 3, have the Europeans step up and pay much more for a security agreement for Ukraine. Russia is the aggressor. They have had decades of aggression. They started this war, but it's time for it to come to an end. And I think President Trump is in the unique position to be able to do that because of his deal making, because of America's economic and military strength. But others are going to have to play a much bigger role. And I think President Trump is forcing the Ukrainians and the Russians and the Europeans to stare at reality. And this isn't going to work unless the Europeans pay up in a significant way. The American people aren't going to continue to finance this if the Europeans aren't doing their part.
Senator McCormack, I know you've got to go. Hopefully your wife, Dina, and or you up next at some point to talk about your new book, Who Believed in You and a Purpose-Driven Life. Can't wait to have the conversation, but I hope everybody, I know I got mine at Amazon.com. So thank you, Senator McCormack.
I look forward to it. She's the star in our family, as you know. So thanks, Don. Great to be with you.
Oh, thank you, Senator.
Bye-bye.
Godspeed. So yeah, we'll talk next time about the book, Who Believed in You. It's a great idea, and they have videos that are really inspirational as well by Dave and Dina McCormack. So I know Dan's working on Dina, the better half. I always say the better half because, that's what Larry says. I think Larry's going to join us coming up around the corner, too. Thanks, Dan. I know we were Dan is telling me, they got to go. He's like running, ran right in. It's a busy day in D.C., and so we're watching all of it for you. We've got all these feeds up, watching what's going on in the House, all these different committee hearings going on, and then what's going on in the Senate as well, what's happening locally, nationally. It's a lot. We got to talk about my kitchen and Kitchen Magic. I just love the people at Kitchen Magic. I love local companies. And you think about Kitchen Magic, they've been doing this for, 45 years, just installing kitchens. It's the heart of the home, really, in my kitchen at least. It's always crazy. I'm like, don't leave your stuff. And I know Larry's listening right now, so now he's like, and he's in his vehicle, so I've got him right where I want him. Oh, what is up with the kitchen? It's always like the jackets and the shoes, but you love your kitchen, right? KitchenMagic.com. So here's the thing. I'm going to tell you a little secret. When you have your kitchen redone and then you can't use your kitchen for weeks and then there's dust and there's all of that, you don't want that. You know what you want? Magic. That's why they came up with the name Kitchen Magic. Because at Kitchen Magic, what they do, they make it so that they get everything good to go and then poof, it's literally like magic. You don't have all the dust. They're not going to come and take over your kitchen for days or weeks. That's not what's going on here. And so that's why Kitchen Magic, and I'm being very serious here, they have this down to a science. You can trust them. They've just launched their new innovative online kitchen visualizer. I want you to do this. It's the new kitchen you can visualize. So easily experiment. This is so much fun with styles, the colors, the layouts online, and then preview your perfect space before your free design consultation. So Kitchen Magic's design experts, who are awesome and they are highly experienced, high quality, they are going to refine the details to bring your vision to life. This is a family-owned, family-run business for 45 years now. You can trust them. Kitchen Magic, crafting more than 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. You can visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Really do this. And then create different kitchen looks. Enjoy 40% off the installation, which is huge and unheard of. Visit kitchenmagic.com right now. Kitchenmagic.com. Please do this now. Take advantage of 40%. 40%? Honey, 40% off new installation? Kitchenmagic.com. Tell him Dawn sent you. I know. He's like, oh, God.
Larry, take notes. We're going to ask about that after the break.
Larry's like this. Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Be right back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Thank you, Dan. Love and marriage and baby magic and kitchen magic.
You're really pushing that,
Love
huh?
and marriage and kitchen magic. We're doing a whole new. Larry's like, oh, God.
Larry, you're on now, man.
Hey, Larry Bear.
Oh,
She wants a kitchen.
I'm sorry. I was enjoying the music. We're not getting anything installed in our kitchen. Nothing will be installed. You know what we need to install in the kitchen more? You.
That was funny. You'll pay for that.
Well, then we'll be fine.
Love
Help
and
me, Dan.
marriage
Dan,
and
this is
kitchen magic.
She's drowning you out, Larry.
Servant. I do everything. I'm going home to clean the house right now.
You know, before we get into the meat of what we're here for, at the start of the show, Dawn mentioned, Larry, that you wake up at 2 a.m. every morning and you just happen to wake up your wife. What's going on, man?
No,
Can't you be a little bit quieter?
No, that's just another lie. I never wake her up.
Dan, tell the truth. I said you were really quiet, but I'm a light sleeper. Sometimes I wake up. He's totally trolling you.
You know what the thing is? If she's waking up, like a lot of wives, she's pretending she's asleep.
That's true.
My wife does the same.
Possum. Playing possum.
I know you're awake there, Maisie. Your eyes are closed. I can see it.
So we got that going on. I know all my girlfriends who've had kitchen magic, and they have beautiful new kitchens, and they love it. And so that's my new mantra. So, by the way, I did Todd Blanche. So, Senator Dave McCormack, what they were doing or they're about to do is voting on. Remember, President Trump's one of his main attorneys when he was being persecuted through all the court proceedings, which were weaponization of government. Former federal prosecutor Todd Blanche, and then Trump's attorney. So he's the one who's going to be deputy attorney general. So I know they're trying to get that done. By the way, that's one of the things they've been working on, or they're going to be voting on any moment.
So the current vote is yay 50, nay 40.
Okay, so party lines. So anyway, I just want to give you that heads up. Todd Blanche. So he's going to be the deputy AG. So we got that going on. Larry Menti, how are you today?
Good. I wasn't sure I was still on. You guys were talking around. No,
I know.
I wasn't tired. Yeah. Nothing. I'm driving home. That's what's going on right now.
Well, there's so much every morning. The thing about it is there's so many moving parts. Like, we have right from the get-go. Even I think this morning when we went on, it was actually before 6 a.m. It was like 5:58 because we're like every minute. It's just crazy. All the breaking news, whether it's local, national, and then going through yesterday's awesome 100 minutes with Donald J. Trump, because I'm a Trumpaholic. Then moments ago, Greg Stocker was seen by our YouTube chatters as they were like, Dawn, there's a man under your desk. And Greg Stocker was like, and you could see like this man. And so there were people like DMing me and texting me.
He looked at the camera awkwardly.
Yeah, and they're like, Dawn, there's like a man under the, but you could kind of, and it was Greg. Just because there were people worried.
What the hell was he doing under your desk?
Larry sounds concerned.
What was he doing, Dan? He was trying to fix something.
Yeah, there's some kind of bag he needed or something. Want to be discreet and didn't do a great job.
Could you feel him when he was under your desk?
She felt his presence.
You somehow didn't know he was there?
I didn't. Maybe that's worse. That I couldn't even feel anything.
I guess he was discreet then.
Okay, now it goes full circle. She didn't even know that Greg Stocker was under the desk, and she wants you to believe that I wake her up in the morning.
Way to bring it around.
Right. Like, don't even wake me up, honey. So we have that going on. Do you have any takeaways, Larry Menti, seriously, from Donald J. Trump, from the address that he did before the Congress last night?
Absolutely. It was, I have never seen anything like that before. That was the most embarrassing moment for the Democratic Party we've seen. They have learned nothing from the last election. They couldn't applaud for a terrorist being captured that killed 13 Americans in Afghanistan during the withdrawal. They couldn't applaud for a little boy that had his dream come true of becoming part of the Secret Service, of getting a badge and an honorary membership, who is battling with cancer, they couldn't stand and applaud for that. Time after time after time, they sat on their hands. And the only people they embarrassed was not Donald Trump. They embarrassed themselves. And those little props they had, like it was a bingo game or something, I didn't know what the heck was going on with them. It was, the whole thing was embarrassing. And you know what? I hope they keep it up. I hope they keep this up because their poll numbers are worse than they've ever been in the history of the United States. The Democratic Party is in the low 30s right now, and it's because of things like last night that they are where they're at right now. I'm glad they didn't learn their lesson, but I've never seen anything like that. That was horrendous.
Yeah, I mean, and the other piece of it that you're bringing up really is that, remember last time that, in Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she was saying, say her name, speaking of Laken Riley and that sort of thing. And all the media did was, oh, that's terrible. And they did an outburst and they shouldn't be doing that and so on and so forth. This time makes you forget what any Republican did, whether they shouted out before or during. It makes you forget it because they just supersized it. And then to your point, Larry, about those, you know what they reminded me of? At Sotheby's, like with the auction, when like in those elite, like I did my Sotheby's auction paddle and I'm just repurposing it, I guess. That's what it reminded me.
It was awful. And right from the beginning when they all started yelling out, when he was talking about the election results, that was all completely factual. And that guy standing up like the grandpa in The Simpsons, waving his cane and getting so upset. Al Green, not the Reverend Al Green, the awful Al Green, was standing up and shaking his cane at him. What were they protesting at that moment? I think they got a cue from someone, or they jumped their cue because there was nothing to protest right then. They just started yelling. I think, by the way, I'm not positive about this, but I believe that is the first time anybody's been removed from a joint session of Congress for acting up.
I'll have to look it up. I don't remember ever hearing about, well, they may have removed people like they, during the Biden administration, there was a Gold Star father, remember? And he said Abby Gate, and he was a guest of somebody. But this, I think to your point, this is a congressman. Yeah, this is a sitting, elected, current Congress member who is acting like that and standing up because, and he had, granted it was a cane, but still, I think that they don't want somebody with any object in their hand who's refusing to sit down and then who's, being loud like that. I think that's a great point to you. Yeah,
the Democratic Party is so out of touch with the American people right now, it's embarrassing, and they're going to lose election after election. And if they keep acting like this, they're going to get swamped in the midterms as well. They better get their act together. They're looking for a leader right now. They're looking for an issue because they have no issues left. After the last election, they have no issues left. Yeah. Do you realize the other night when that bill was in front of the Senate to keep boys out of girls' sport, to keep men out of women's sports, for the fourth time, not one Democrat voted for that? That's 79% of Americans approve that. You can't get 79% of Americans to agree on anything.
Yeah.
And 79% wanted that, and they voted against the will of the American people. They're still holding on to DEI. They're still holding on to all these woke policies, and they're doing things like they did last night. And I want a two-party system, but they're killing it.
They are, and to your point, we've been updating you on this. I don't even know if I mentioned this to you, but there's a Quakertown mom who sued the school district near us. This is PW. There was a track meet that went down, and it was a girl who's a senior in high school. She came in second to her race to a biological boy. This is the Colonial School District, so it's Plymouth Whitemarsh right up the road from our house. And so this went to court yesterday, unfortunately, with an Obama court appointed judge. And so far it's a defeat. Dom Giordano, just yesterday, Larry, had on the mom, who I feel for, Holly, and her attorney. But I have a funny feeling that, this, and I mentioned it to Senator McCormack a moment ago, this issue is not dead. And they may have won a battle, let's say, but the war is for this girl and her family, Larry. She's going to win this war, but it's just unfortunate. They're still challenging it in the courts as we speak.
No, and I love that you brought that up to Dave McCormack and put it on his radar. I think that was really important.
Hey, Larry, I got to run. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that to you, but I didn't even realize the time. What a day. Yes, love and marriage and the baby carriage and kitchen magic. He's not laughing. He's like, oh, sorry, lost the signal. Thanks, Larry. He literally.
He's going to kill me.
Yeah. Love and marriage and
I had to pull the plug.
kitchen magic. Dom Giordano. What do you think, Dom? Love and marriage and kitchen magic.
That won't work with Ro.
Yeah, can we get a segment with Ro?
Dan can't cut her off.
I'm trying so hard.
Yeah, we're trying to get her on, though. She only came on when Crocodile Dundee had the kid in his arms with a crocodile nearby. That set her off.
She was so angry.
Yeah, that's the only time. Hey, we have with us Scott Jennings at 2 o'clock. Nobody better. What a field day for him yesterday. And a lot of sound from the Sanctuary City mayors, particularly Jim Jordan. I think Van Drew's in the committee too, Don.
Well, Dom, you have an amazing show, and kudos, an amazing interview with Holly, the mom, and her attorney who lost yesterday in court. I know you're going to update it, but kudos to you because this is an injustice that happened in Philadelphia.
Absolutely. And, Dawn, every time, I believe this person, too, might be in the state finals. We have a report at least 2 male athletes will be in the state female finals. That was Martina White.
It makes me sick, and we have to stay on this for sure. And this judge, Wendy Beetlestone, remember her name? Oh,
easy name to remember. There's been a lot of cases. Yeah.
The Dom Show. Oh, this is especially a great one right ahead.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
The continuing rise of the cost of goods and services threatens to erode your retirement future.
Susan Sinofsky, Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Retirees should be thinking about how much money they have and how long it's going to last. Costs are just skyrocketing. Medical costs, housing, food especially. And when was the last time you ever heard of a tax decrease? And I have to say, I have no fear at all because my money is safeguarded with Crash-Proof Retirement. And with our Crash-Proof Retirement system, our money is not just stable, but it's actually increasing much more than we had expected. That money is always added to our principal without anybody getting a cut of that. It's just ours. We earn it, it goes into our account, and it continues to grow and multiply. My entire investment for retirement is protected.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
A school bus collided with a medical transport van in Medford, Burlington County. The Philadelphia Teachers Union rallied against the Trump administration's proposal to dismantle the Department of Education. And the city has reopened a beloved community center in North Philly that had been shut down for more than 20 years.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Trump spikes the football. Democrats spiked themselves, apparently, last night. Dom Giordano show. David Axelrod just on CNN saying the stunts they pulled last night are both ineffective and people viscerally don't like them wherever you line up in politics. I mean, any seasoned politician knows. And I love how Fox, I was watching it on Fox, cut to Debbie Wasserman Schultz. When the little boy, the 13-year-old who was made a Secret Service agent, battling brain cancer, etc., the look in her face was soulless. It wasn't just angry. It was just, no, we are not going to show any human spark, any political spark. Everybody knows in that case you have to cheer. You're not cheering Trump. You're not giving Trump credit. You're cheering something wonderful. Now, if you want to say afterward, you know, if it were me, I wouldn't be putting these things on. That's an interesting debate. There's a lot of upside. The families like Laken Riley's, the family of the 12-year-old killed by people that were here illegally, illegal immigrants, and the family of that kid. And how about the kid? Now, that guy is not a guy I want coming through the line at me. That Trump said, you're going to West Point. That guy's head was a battering ram. How would you like to try to tackle that guy? He looked like a fullback to me and ready to just run down the guy. I thought he was throwing him. I thought Trump, but I couldn't reach him, I guess. But if I were there at the stand, I would have thrown him the football.
Did he say a 6-letter varsity outfit?
Yeah, 6-letter, and he had a
4.6 was it?
Yeah, but I immediately said it wrong. Now, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing. That's great inflation. The guy's doing everything, but a perfect 4.0 should be it. How do you have a 0.6? Well, you take some advanced course, they give you extra stuff on. How far does it go? This kid had a 22.9. You know, it's a sign of great inflation. But that kid just looked like the All-American, and man, I hate to see him on a football field. It just looked incredible. So what was the moment last night? Some people think this was the moment of the speech. You could argue it was. This is cut 14. Here's President Trump in context saying, look, Biden talked about we need all these new laws, comprehensive reform to stop what's going on at the border. Here's what Trump said.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
I think arguably that was the line of the night. Democrats couldn't cheer Mark Fogle coming back from Russia, or Mark Fogle's 95-year-old mom. They couldn't cheer that. They could not go down that path. Who advises them? Again, it's one thing to do it authentically because it's the right thing in this situation. And now it looks like Democrats are up to not 80-20 issues, but 90-10. Maybe 99-10. How in the world are you ever going to puncture with this? They just hope that Trump fails, that he overshoots, something of that name. They didn't stand to honor service members killed. They didn't serve. Now, does this mean, well, I would charge them, the greater bulk of Democrats, like the local gaggle out there in the suburbs, the Houlihan, the Dean of Decency and all, they're not pro-law enforcement. They're anti-pro. Their record doesn't show that they're pro-law enforcement. Now, they may not be as bad as Maxine Waters, tip of the hat to Tom Maher for that one. But they are not pro-law enforcement. Their heart is not in that. They may have to, in an obligatory way, applaud it. So we could say all that we want. This situation, it started with Reagan. Reagan's the first one I remember, bringing people to sit in the presidential box and then giving them their moment. And it also illustrates a point. There are some that say, well, no, you're exploiting these people. Well, they have every right to say, no, I don't want to participate in this. But Democrats hate it that the mom and sister of Laken Riley are there because she would be alive. We have our own criminals, but we didn't need these clowns coming from Venezuela, getting away with it in New York, and then killing her, attacking her and killing her. We don't need them. And the Laken Riley law, Houlihan, is constitutional, and it protects people. What's the matter with people in Chester County? How do they vote for this woman? So if you can't cheer for law enforcement, if you can't cheer for America, aside from Trump, then certainly you have to stand up. Even a golf clap, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, even something like this for DJ Daniel, maybe one. No, she was looking like let me look at my nails here. I hope the camera's not on me. All right, here is Nicole Wallace now, really getting the brunt of this today, trying to link that kid. Let's face it, there are certain things you have to suck it up. You can't be linking with. And this child, this kid who wants to be in law enforcement, battling brain cancer, you can't be linking him to some broader point you're making. I mean, who tells you that you can do that? Part of it's human decency. You can get it. Scott Jennings here at 2 today, he said this many times. There are areas to contest with Trump, to get it on, mano a mano. Yeah. But you can't be diving into areas like this. Americans, even those not paying too much attention, they don't like it. Here's Nicole Wallace. And remember, Nicole Wallace used to be, what is her claim to fame? Henry, Nicole Wallace? Anything with you?
No idea.
Dan?
Wasn't she Bush's something and then helped run McCain's campaign and completely fell on her face and lost?
Yes, but she ran McCain's campaign. She was the top person. Who did she have to keep under wraps and try to present? Sarah Palin.
Oh.
So it's a long road
Yeah.
from where she is to one of the stars of MSNBC.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I
that
should
was-
have. I should put it together.
Yeah, well, that's a while ago. I mean, but that was her job to kind of escort Sarah Palin around, and now she's a star on MSNBC. Here's what she said. It's cut 7 about young DJ Daniel and talking about the idea if he were a cop on January 6th, what would have happened to him?
But I think this was a lesson in finding one thing that you let yourself feel. And I let myself feel joy about DJ. And I hope he's alive for another, 95 years, right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when you have childhood cancer, that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide. And I hope he isn't one who has to testify against the people who carried out acts of seditious conspiracy and then live to see Donald Trump pardon those people.
All right. So again, the phoniness of hope he lives to 95 and all that, you cannot make a linkage to this. Now, if you wanted to say, all right, this is all well and good, and some of them said, and then try to make your case that Trump is cutting pediatric cancer funding because of DOGE or something like that. Okay, that's sort of related. But because this kid has on a cop's uniform and he's got brain cancer, you can't link him to people committing suicide as a result of January 6th. People are going to come after you. People are going to say you're soulless, you're heartless. You can't make that many jumps. But they did not stand up for Laken Riley. Now, we offered an opportunity to speak with Senator Houlihan, so I couldn't see every single person. I did notice, and Dan, I don't know if you did, the blue suit was particularly flashy of Jeff Van Drew, the gold tie, and the French cuffs.
There was a hard cam that was set up right behind his head. Did you notice that?
Oh, was that what it was?
Every couple of times that they switched to that camera, I was like, hey, it's just back of his head. Look at that.
He was reaching in for Trump when he was coming down the aisle there. That's a prime seat to be wanting to do that. People almost jumping out. But you just can't go down the path of not standing up around Laken Riley. They're not going to win on this. And they're certainly not going to win. Now, they didn't walk out. They played their bingo cards last night. Some of them walked out. You're not going to win on the trans issue either. They're going to keep doing it, though. We've talked about the reason why they just are content with doing this. Now, we had on yesterday the lawyer and the mom of this girl who got charged with being a bully. Shame on the two school districts involved, both of them, her school district and the school district they were playing in cross country, running against someone allegedly who's visibly just a male, running against him. And you're not allowed to say you're not a male. We can't utter those words. That's bullying. Not going to win on that. They did lose in federal court yesterday, though. It's a Clinton-appointed judge, I believe. And the argument was that it's too broad, the complaint they're making about boys playing against girls. Now, we're told there might be a couple of boys playing at the state level, and we're monitoring this in track and field. Imagine you get to the state level in a big state like Pennsylvania. That's quite an accomplishment. Then you look across, and it's Leah Thomas Jr. there. Who in the world can stand there and not be enraged by that? What kind of mindset that's that sick on this? I think it's higher than 80-20 now. I think it's moving 85, 90% of people go, that's it. That's what they're about. They want to die on that hill. Why that hill of all hills? What is it about it? And it's because the mob at their base is loud on this, and that's where they're going to go. That's what they're going to follow. All right. Love to get you on board. What was the highlight last night? What did you see? We're going to talk with Jeff Van Drew. We're going to talk with Ryan McKenzie. May have to ask a crypto question or two there. And we're going to talk with the great Scott Jennings. I was thrilled last night around 10 o'clock. Sure, I'd like to come on. He was probably practicing in the shooting gallery there of liberals on the post-game show last night. In fact, we have a little bit of Jennings just to give you a taste. Here's Scott Jennings. This is cut 10, talking about Democrats couldn't even stand up for Mark Fogle.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure she's a very nice person. None of this will be remembered because this was a horrific night for the opposition party, regardless of how well she just spoke. It started out with Al Green getting thrown off the House floor because he couldn't keep his emotions under control.
The cane guy.
Then they had the ridiculous paddles, which now social media is roasting.
That you said false on one side and
ridiculous.
Elon on
and
the
then
other.
finally, and maybe most terribly, the Democrats who couldn't find it in their heart to stand for objectively good things, including the 95-year-old mother of Mark Fogle and Mark, who got rescued from a Russian prison, and they couldn't even stand up for that. I thought Democrats came into this speech lost and defeated by Donald Trump, and today it looks to me like they're even more lost and even more defeated than when this speech started.
So Fogle, right. They couldn't stand for that. What would be the objection? Well, Trump got Fogle out. Look, I get the politics of this stuff. I mean, Republicans are not clapping when it's Joe Biden and all the rest of it. But there's certain moments that are a Rorschach test where it's human, it's an accomplishment, it's something good. You have to. And politically, you have to. Not standing for a 13-year-old cancer survivor is reprehensible. It speaks to what they're about. It speaks to how dug in they are. And there's just no way around that. I mean, the advisors, I think some of them did clap. When he lifted the kid up, the whole thing that played into this, you may say, well, Trump is exploiting him. That's fine. You still clap for the kid. And it's not that you're endorsing anything Trump is saying or taking credit for there. You're also endorsing law enforcement. All right, let me give you the side question. Today we announced the next big trip from the Dom Giordano show, and it's kind of a spinoff of Italy with some interesting parts. I think that's at 1:30 today. I have the spot for that. We'll announce that. So today we want something associated with Italy, people, places, things. Now,
the homeland.
Yeah. if you go with someone American, we'll broaden it out. That's okay, but it would be maybe a step up in your call if you go with something truly just from Italy, not just American. But I'll take Sinatra off, just as, so big. I'll take, arguably among the 5 most famous people in all of history, Julius Caesar. And I'll take speaking with your hands off. In Italy, I did recognize that. I have a tendency
They actually
to
do it there,
myself.
too? It's not just an Italian-American thing? Everyone's talking with their hands?
I think they do it more there, as my sense of it. Yes, and most speak English, though. English is required, and it's pretty good English. It's not broken English at all. All right, Dan, so how about yours?
This is something I've recently only learned, and it's due to a good friend of ours, Linda Kearns. How about actual, real good extra virgin olive oil?
Okay,
that from
absolutely.
the Toscano region, specifically.
Right.
We were given a great bottle of that, and I can't believe how much bread we bought just to dip in the thing. It's delicious. So I'm going to take olive oil and olives off from the homeland of Italy. Well, not my homeland. Mine's
Linda
Polish.
Kearns helping with the side question today. Nice. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so let's take some boring ones off the board real quick.
Okay.
Let's take off the jeans. They were invented in Genoa, hence the name, obviously modernized by
really? The skinny jean, okay.
Yeah, I mean, they were modernized by Levi Strauss
Right,
and Jacob Davis, later in life,
Right.
but they were originated in Italy. And then the other one I'm going to take off is the ice resurfacer, named after its inventor,
yes.
Frank Zamboni.
That is a great one. Flyers seem to be among the first with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, the Zamboni. Do they still call it that?
Oh, totally.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that's the side question now. It's all in the call. You can get in with that. High point last night, what you saw coming out of this. And does anybody say, look, I didn't like Trump doing that with a kid? All right. You can duke that out later. You can say, presidents having people in their box and using them as a human representation of some point. Okay. But you got to clap for the kid in this situation. Are you crazy? Are they just that? Yes, they are. And when you looked at Debbie Wasserman Schultz, now I was once in the green room with her, the Lou Dobbs show, and she was fine until we actually got on the Lou Dobbs show. Then it was nuts. But she's the epitome. Her face during that was just wretched. The cane guy was some good comic relief, and the wearing of pink and the other draperies. Also, I'll play you President Trump saying, do you still want more war in Ukraine? That's the only thing you really applauded for. And he baited them by talking about the idea, there's nothing I could say, right, that you would applaud for here tonight. He went beyond discovering a cure for cancer. And he said, yeah, there's nothing. We're just not going to go along with this in any way, shape, or form that normalizes. I don't think Americans see it that way. They see it, you can challenge Trump, absolutely. Bare knuckle, challenge him on something big. But stuff like this that's just human, you're going to lose every time. Why is that so difficult to understand? Well, they're emboldened. They're in safe districts. They don't care. They're going to do it that way. I'm just amazed at the people out here in the Philadelphia suburbs. Do they want this display of Dean Houlihan, particularly now? Mary Gay Scanlon, who walked out. Is that what they want? Don't talk about civility then. It's fine to take on Trump directly on an issue. You suit up for the other side, he's on the other. That's fine. But the type of stuff, we're not going to normalize this. I don't think that's going to fly. You're just listening to your base, the extreme base. We got a lot today, too. The biggest thing, the whole card for Trump is the border, illegal immigration. Last night, that was the main thing that went through that. We'll play you some of the exchanges with Jim Jordan, Scott Perry, and I think Van Drew is on that committee. The mayor of Chicago saying they follow every law. The mayor of Denver, and they actually were able to get Adams going back and forth a little bit with some of these other mayors. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in on Talk Radio 1210.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit nordvpn.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at nordvpn.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. A good number of people picking up on Twitter, and I'm not saying I'm there yet, that Amy Coney Barrett looked kind of miserable last night, greeting President Trump, etc., and during the speech, not as much like the other Supreme Court justices. I think Amy Coney Barrett was a miss. I hate to say I was in the camp that said, wow, this is unbelievable. I think it's a miss. They don't miss with theirs. And yes, the Supreme Court has gotten to a good place on several issues that are really, really important, including the issue of life. But just look at how we got there. George W. Bush was going to put in his real estate attorney from Dallas. He had Sammy Alito on the bench. Wow. But we stopped him. We got in there. But Amy Coney Barrett, not so much. I'm impressed with Gorsuch. Kavanaugh's okay, it's turned out. Amy Coney Barrett is allied, it's pretty obvious to me, with the Chief Justice, who was another miss, big time. Imagine Democrats with all those picks. I mean, is Daryl Morey running the Supreme Court for the Republicans? Is that what we're doing here? Yeah, we'll pick Ben Simmons again. Put him on the court. Supreme Court, doesn't matter. Both courts, not going to shoot anyhow. Instead, Amy Coney Barrett will watch more decisions, but several people noticing it last night. All right, here's a little bit before we take calls, and forget anything associated with Italy today. Get all the good ones. It's all in the call. 1:30, we'll be announcing the next big trip. And if you've been on the last trip to Italy was spectacular. We hope similar, because Italy's very different part of it this time around. Very different. Here is Jim Jordan with the mayor of Denver, who might be the worst of the sanctuary city mayors, talking about a gang member in Denver who was allowed to be there under their sanctuary city, and nobody's going to do anything about it.
Who's Abraham Gonzalez?
Thank you, Congressman. He is a individual that was released from the county jail on Friday in the city and county of Denver.
That's all you know about him?
I do know that he was facing charges that the
Venezuelan gang member arrested by Border Patrol on September 20th, 2023, released into the country by the Biden administration. A few months later, he's arrested in your city, charged with aggravated assault. On March 11th, 2024, he's charged with motor vehicle theft, stole a car, and then on March 20th, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with felony menacing. 6 days after that last charge, ICE sends you a detainer, which includes an administrative warrant. Basically, it says if you're going to release this bad guy, this gang member who allegedly stole a car, menaced people, and assaulted people, give us a 48-hour heads up. Is that right? Does that refresh your memory?
I do know about the detainer request. I do know that we provided a notification of release.
What kind of notice did you give ICE when you released him?
We gave him notification. I'm not sure how long in advance
1 hour.
it was.
1 hour.
I do know that there were
1 hour notice, and you released him 5 days ago, right? Why not give him more heads up? Actually, let's put the slide up. Let's see what it says here. Let's put the slide up. This is what the Denver Sheriff's Department, it's kind of hard to see, so I'll read it. It says, Denver Sheriff Department, ICE notification being released to the streets. I simply said, just release him to us. You release him to the streets. Why not release him to ICE?
Thank you. What we've done, and we do this regularly, we've done 1,226 of these, is we notify
I'm asking about one. I'm not asking about the 1,200. I'm asking about Mr. Abraham Gonzalez, who's a gang member from Venezuela, stole a car, assaulted someone. You had him in your custody for how long?
I know that we released
345 days you had him in custody. And I said, hey, can you give us 48 hours heads up?
I don't know.
You gave him 1 hour notice.
Mr. Congressman, we notified them released. There were 6 ICE agents present when he was released, so they had enough time to respond and to be present.
Respond where?
To the jail where we released him from. So we released him we notified them of the release time. When we notify them of release, they come to the jail facility to pick them up.
Why didn't you say that's not what you said. You said you release him to the streets. Did you release him to the streets? You release him to ICE?
What we do, sir, is we release him from our county jail, and we coordinate with ICE on that release time and release date so that ICE can come and pick them up from that location.
Pick them up where? In the parking lot?
Yes, sir. They're on the facility
property. Guess what happened in the parking lot?
I know, sir. I've reviewed the video. So I looked at it. I've talked to the sheriff last night.
One of the ICE officers got assaulted, didn't he?
Okay, you get the idea of it here, and round it goes. All right, so these sanctuary city mayors today, and this was the strongest, and this will be, the consequential issue of the vast importance, it is the border, it is illegal immigration. The one that riles people up, though, emotionally probably, is the trans stuff. And they're going to keep on with both of these. They're going to keep on trying to find some reason why, to Jordan's point, they wouldn't give ICE more of a time to make sure this guy who might murder somebody at some point isn't among us. Why? Because that's what they're going to do. That's what they're wedded to, particularly in big cities. Now, in Philadelphia, the mayor has been a little bit more circumspect about this. We haven't quite seen it play out in this manner, and Mayor Adams was there, and he seemed to be a little bit different than these other mayors. Just the thing I take from this sanctuary city, and I don't know if we have this cut or not, but Mayor Johnson of Chicago, he blamed Governor Abbott for what's happening in Chicago. Governor Abbott is somebody who we can't celebrate enough by sending people to Martha's Vineyard, to Chicago, to New York, a bit to Philadelphia, to Denver, all the way to Denver. He has unleashed on these cities exactly what they deserve. And Trump last night, President Trump, during the speech, talked about some of the federal government spending. Some of it was pretty funny, remarkable. Now, if you listen to talk radio, you've heard it before. A lot of Americans have not. $59 million to house people here illegally in New York, and that was for a brief period of time. People hear this and they say, why in the world do we have to house people in hotels in New York? Now, when all this was confined to people in Texas who had to deal with it, everybody's fine. No, Abbott deserves the master stroke for what he did to send this problem exactly to the people who caused it. And now all they can do is try to beg, borrow, or steal to pay for it and to continue to release people who are dangerous that might kill us. No American should have to die because of someone who's here illegally. It's bad enough with our own criminals. We have enough of that. And the Laken Riley and the attempt to try to, as Houlihan and others do, say it's unconstitutional. Are people going to buy that in a place like, what's wrong in Chester County? Look at the guy, that vicious criminal who escaped just crab walking up the side of the prison. And yet they reelected the two commissioners. They seem to be okay with Houlihan. Why? What are we missing here? What do they have to do? All right, phone lines. Hit us on the side question. Overall, last night, Scott Jennings here, Jeff Van Drew here, 855-839-1210.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
The Philly Boat Show is back March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
A strong storm system moves through the Delaware Valley today. It'll be windy with showers around during the afternoon, some heavy at times. A strong to severe thunderstorm is possible, high around 60. Expect slow conditions for the afternoon commute. Tonight, showers come to an end during the evening with a low 48. And for Thursday, becoming partly sunny, it'll be breezy and cooler with a high 52.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's clarify for America. Mayor Adams, Mayor Johnson, Mayor Johnson, and Mayor Wu, are you here today under the advice of counsel, and do you have counsel present? Yes or no?
I want to understand the question. Are
you here today under the advice of counsel, and do you have counsel present?
Do have counsel present. I'm here because we were requested to appear.
Did you consult with, did you have counsel prior to your appearance?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. This is not a trap question. We just want to clarify.
Okay.
Here under the advice of counsel, do you have counsel present?
Yes, sir.
Counsel present here because I was invited.
Did you counsel before your trip here?
We do have counsel.
Get
but I was
advice
here.
from your counsel?
Yes.
Okay, then you're under the advice of counsel.
Yes.
Mayor Wu, thank you. To just clarify for America, these mayors are all sanctuary city mayors. But the narrative is no longer comfortable because 3 months ago, we were at the tail end of 4 years of millions and millions of illegals coming into our country. It was out of control. The only thing that has happened since then is we had an election in November. And now we're not pulling the curtain back. We have ripped the curtain from the rods. We have revealed to America just how fast we could have secured our border if you had an executive that was willing to enforce the law. So now we're paying attention to our municipalities. And every one of them is lawyered up. They've changed their narrative. We got example after example. The mayor of Chicago, we must lead with and live by the promise of Sanctuary City. The mayor of Denver, willing to go to jail in defense of Sanctuary City policy.
That's Congressman Clay Higgins laying it out. And the bottom line is, and we all know this, is it possible to take federal funding away from them, away from these school districts that still want to have boys pummel girls? By the way, very moving last night. And she was on the show before, the McNabb, a young woman who was smashed in the face, really serious injuries from a male volleyball player, once again, who was trans or gender fluid. And America's not accepting this. He's right. That was the strongest part of what Trump said last night. Now, what they're doing, though, is they're pretending a bit here, but they're still going forward with Sanctuary City. They're just trying to couch it more. They're not trying to put it on their banner, welcome to Philadelphia, Sanctuary City, Jim Kenney Mayor. It's not like that. Can you take the money away? Can you find the mechanisms, some judges to say, yes, they want to violate the law in this manner, which is clear, then we're going to take away federal funding. That's really the only way to stop them. I don't know about arresting them, doing anything of that nature. That might be more difficult. Can the federal funding be taken away? You do it in a few instances, and you're going to see others abandon this. And then those that still will not, then it's all out. Like Central Bucks, I don't think they'll abandon theirs no matter what you do. So it's all out. You're going to make an example out of them. But every single one of these issues, they are not following the law on both these issues. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware, 855-839-1210. Side question today. Something associated with Italy, particularly the homeland. You can say an Italian-American if you want, like Chef Boyardee. Of course, I always take that one off. The great Chef Boyardee.
Oh.
He was renowned in Italy.
Can I take one off the board,
Yes,
too, Dom?
sure.
I hate to do it because it's a great answer, but wrapped furniture, plastic wrapped furniture, get that out of here.
No, that's a staple. That's more. I don't know if they do that in Italy.
Do you do it?
No, we never have done that.
Yeah,
no.
No? Like there's not one chair in your house that's wrapped in plastic?
No.
Ro doesn't have any of her heritage coming through there?
No, look at the Barco Lounger. I mean,
But I think I remember in the kitchen there might have been a kitchen chair that was wrapped. No?
Ro might call in on that. She's not wrapping it in that. That's more South Philly. It's almost universally. That guy that called that day from Trenton.
Oh, that was great.
With that, and he said there was a velvet rope, like you were in a museum, if you wanted to sit down on the couch.
Is that more of an Italian-American thing than the homeland itself?
Yeah, I didn't notice it in Italy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a South Philly thing. I don't know if Italians do it in other places. It's traditional there.
I don't get it.
They're preserving it.
Yeah, I
Why?
want to preserve a couch, but like at some
Yeah.
point, like you're still wearing it in by sitting.
And not only that, you're preserving it to enjoy it, but you just never end up enjoying it because you probably throw it out with the plastic on it when you get a new couch.
Yeah, well, they don't get a new couch. It stays for 20
It
years.
stays
You know?
from 72.
It's kind of sticky in the summertime, I'll tell you that.
It's awful.
But if you can live on one of those small streets in South Philly, they're not anywhere near as wide as this studio and have parking on both sides and on the curbs and all.
Yeah.
You can do something like this.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil on Talk Radio 1210.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Phil. Hi.
It's good. It's a shame that you took off the plastic on the furniture because I was in the Mummers Association in the comics.
Okay.
And I remember the owner of our club, Murray Comic Club, Gigi Gambone.
Sounds like a nice Irish name.
What a Jewish name. I don't know.
Yeah.
But we would go to his house after New Year's and hang out, and he had every sofa, every chair had plastic on it, and little red tassels for the lamp pools.
Of course,
You
that
turn
goes
on
with
the
it.
lamp- Yeah.
Just turn that off.
Yeah. So it's a shame you took it off, but that was my answer for today. But a couple things I liked and one thing I didn't like from last night real quick. Thing I loved was listing the expenditures item by item. So it kind of, instead of lumping together what we've saved,
Right.
you should be able to identify how stupid these expenditures were, and we don't even know the rest of them. And I love the slam dunk about the border, that we didn't need legislation. We didn't need an executive order from Biden. We needed a real president.
Thank you, Phil. That was the line of the night. Now, great piece yesterday on this. Why are they having so much trouble identifying this stuff? Even the engineers with Elon Musk? Because the federal money, they can't even exactly tell you how much they're spending. It's such a maze, and it's almost intentionally set up that way that you cannot, every single item that you're tracking takes forever to sort out where it's going, how it's getting there, what was spent, who ordered it, etc. In other words, it's so colossal, so much stuff, that even if they're not doing this as a subterfuge, it's very difficult to ferret this stuff out, to know exactly some of the stuff. Now, some of it's obvious. A lot of that last night the president talked about, that's USAID, their ideologues are proud of it. So they would put those items out there. But it's such a maze when you're dealing with trillions of dollars. I've seen estimates that are $3 trillion off what was spent in a given year versus the other. So when you can't even audit it because you can't trace it, That tells you how out of control it is. But it was a good thing. And Trump ran some of the better ones last night. You've heard that for 20 years. You listen to talk radio, right? But the average person may not. And they hear stuff like that, and they're enraged. That's why we have to check back in. If you want to email the DOGE Jersey guys, Henry or Dan, just see if they've gotten anything more specific on some of the stuff. We'll get them back on if they have. Because if they find the right stuff, like the DoorDash of $440,000 for Rutgers football players, people hear that. And even in a place like Jersey, that's it. They're getting the torches. You got to get a few that just hit people to say, who in the world could be engaged in this? How could you have a racket like this? Well, I explained. It's very difficult to penetrate, to trace this. Unless they don't care, like USAID. And that's why they were picked on for it. Wait till we get to the Pentagon budget. You're going to see stuff there that is outrageous. And again, I would go to that sooner rather than later because even Democrats have to be against that stuff. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. Fox, by the way, several people reporting Fetterman is seen as a 2028 option for the Democrats.
Wait, what?
Oh, man.
An option for what?
Yeah, president. It's been out there for a while. Oh, man.
No.
Can you see Fetterman doing the State of the
No.
Union? Oh, God, yes.
Really?
Yes. I
Like,
think.
is he that big nation? I thought he was just big because he's a local guy. Like nationwide, they're actually.
Yeah, because they think, oh, it's different. We want different here. It's different than the others.
Oh, no.
In the end, well, I just hope he's able to take Josh Shapiro out. That's my only thing.
Sloth for president.
You can't get enough Josh Shapiro bad news on any given day.
How about a Shapiro Fetterman ticket?
Oh, God. Yeah, we got to win Pennsylvania.
Yeah, really focusing on PA
Yeah.
there.
855-839-12. No, Jasmine Crockett in the VP slot. That's the upcoming star. All right, if you're looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age, it's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, Dom listeners, you can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. You'll speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or just visit Rescue, res-q.com. Enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com. Use that code MyEnergy, MyEnergy, to grab Rescue Orosine with a buy one free savings. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at nordvpn.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Speaking of Italy and things associated with it, we might have some of Dan's homemade ziti tomorrow. He realizes now that Andre's ziti is not easy to do. It's cheesed up. It's unbelievable.
Dude, it's a very intensive dish. So the problem is that you always bring up Andre's baked ziti. I'm like, Dom, you can't have something that you can make easily at home at a restaurant.
Yeah, did you ever wonder, Dan, YouTube doesn't pick this up. We have people outside watching us here, right? I'm waving on Zio and what they might be saying there. Yes.
What is it? Do you know?
Yeah, I am not sure.
No idea.
Should we invite him in the studio?
No.
Who are you? What do you do?
It seems to be pretty animated here, though. So.
It's Rob. I see Rob out there.
Yeah, okay. Rob and I think I should know the guy. I've already didn't know Larry Steinhaus today, even though I met him before.
What an interaction.
Yes. Well, yes, I did my best, Henry. I'm feeling a little bit, still recovery. Yeah. Gary of Newtown, you should have been there, and that's the case. But sometimes this happens. So.
855. Baked ziti.
Yes.
The baked ziti, it's very labor intensive, Dom. So I'm actually taking a step back. But I did make some, and I'll bring you some hopefully tomorrow.
Okay, good. Yeah. We'll have white napkins, a whole table.
Henry, you want to try
here.
some baked ziti?
I normally would, but I have given up any sort of carb for Lent.
What for Lent?
What?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Didn't know you could use religion as an excuse to diet.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
I would give up bloviating for Lent, but then we wouldn't have any show. That would be
get like a month
that'd be the hardest thing for me to do. All right. All right, let's go to Steve in Reading. And Steve, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Steve. Welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Thanks for having me on. So, I was saying that, I'm totally behind DOGE, and I think it's been a long time coming. I mean, like everybody else I've watched, this go on for most of my adult life that I've been aware of it. And it's amazing it's taken this long to do, and I think they're doing a great job. So much of it is fraudulent to the point that I'm wondering, why are they not drilling down even more into some of these programs and these fraudulent giveaways to find out who was behind them, who initiated them?
Well, I explained, Steve, I don't want to go into the weeds too much, but there was a great column that said what a maze this is, even to just start to track the money. That they don't put down. They've only put in the last 2 or 3 years a system that, for example, I can't tell you honestly, are we sending Social Security checks to some relative of someone who's 150 years of age or something in the system? I know there's massive fraud there, so. They don't even know, and it's not even intentional. It's so big, so incompetent that it's hard to ferret this out. Maybe that's the best way that I can explain.
Right.
And I hear what you want. See, it's the same thing we want. We want to come up with. We have these people.
Some of the fraudulent programs are so obvious. That somebody has to be behind them, and maybe even getting a kickback to keep administrating.
Oh, sure they are. But again, tracing this, we need an army of people. So far. They've just gotten past the surface. What's associated with Italy to you?
Associated with, well, my grandfather came up with Midland. I unfortunately never got to meet him because he died when I was young, or just before I was born. And so, I do, really hold an affinity for it. I love Italian food, and that's about as far as I can go. But I was there once, and I plan to go back again.
Good, Steve. Well, we got a big trip we're going to announce at 1:30. Maybe you'll want to join us. By the way, there's a meter out today, and I saw RFK Jr. doing his push-up regimen. Now, this would be good to see Dan at Mulligan's. They say that you should be able to do, Dan, at your age, approximately 28 push-ups.
Me?
Yes.
28?
Yeah. Now, I
Have
can,
you seen my arms?
Yeah, I can do a lot more than that, but
no, you can't.
They're not correct, though.
Okay.
They're not correct. That's.
I was going to challenge you right at this
No,
point.
I go all the way down, but I still don't think something seems to be a little bit off.
You feel off when you're
I
doing
feel off that I'm doing it not correctly. And the RFK Jr. looked pretty good. The guy's a maniac.
I don't know if I've ever done a correct push-up in my entire life.
That's the thing. Yeah, doing a correct push-up. That's the deal. All right, 855-8. Oh, okay.
Joe Yakovich.
Joe Yakovich.
Yeah.
All right, maybe he'll give me. I'll go out and say hello here since everybody's still out there. Yeah, we'll take a picture and all that. Sure, why not? All right, coming up, the great Jeff Van Drew here at 1:30. We're going to talk with Ryan McKenzie, too, coming up, about they were in the room. What was it like? What Democrats were near them, and what were they doing then? Scott Jennings at 2 o'clock on Talk Radio 1210.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's big! Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings, as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax, revealing the truth about Elon Musk's DOGE. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsmaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water, and it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes, and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, that was Joe Yankovic, Dan, stopping in and meeting him. Does a show on Saturday morning here on Talk Radio 1210. We're always interested. We're in a glass enclosed booth, kind of like SEPTA drivers, but it's not bulletproof.
Do you feel kind of like a... I don't know. It feels like we're zoo animals in the cage here.
Irv Homer
I have always felt like that.
Irv Homer used to have a thing like that with the glass, and the management
This
would
must be how monkeys feel when everyone waves at you.
Yeah, and he would always go off on that. All right, so we got a great side question. Something associated with Italy in some way, shape, or form is what we're looking for. I'll announce the big trip at 1:30, and this is much different than the previous trip that we went to Venice and Rome and all that. Much different. Rose home country, Calabria involved, but another big island involved with a lot of history. Spectacular the time of year we're going to. That'll all be at 1:30. So if you were telling me all along, when's the next trip, it'll be here momentarily. All right, we're going to talk with Ryan McKenzie, the congressman from Lehigh Valley. What was it like to be in the room with Democrats? And that's an ultimate swing district. He beat Susan Wild last night when these big moments came up. What were some of the things being said? What was it like through that? And Jeff Van Drew was also in the Sanctuary Cities thing today. And, of course, we have Scott Jennings coming up at 2 o'clock. But 855-839-1210. Nobody does it better than Trump in talking about promises made, promises kept as we move forward. I'm hoping today, I've been watching Lutwick, the Commerce Secretary, who's a major player with President Trump, indicate that the tariffs may be going away pretty quickly. There might be some dealing there. I'm not a fan of tariffs. I get it. I get some of the things trying to be done with this. But if we're using it on Mexico, on Mexico, I get it with fentanyl. Canada, I don't see it. With China, we have to do a whole lot more. We'll see if this is going to cause any more repercussions, or does this end pretty quickly here? Point made and moving on. And Trump last night talked about tariffs a bit. I don't really think he got into the weeds on explaining it. That wasn't the major point. The major points were the things that he ran on in the campaign. And those were legal immigration across the border, and then the trans issue. And Democrats still want to die on both hills. That's what they indicated last night. And they added to that they think politically their base would reject it if they cheered a 13-year-old boy battling brain cancer who was made a Secret Service agent. So isn't that a moment even these Democrat witches would support? If they can't, that tells you all you need to know about the party. How would that be supporting Trump? And, a lot of people are only watching this stuff tangentially. They're not getting into the details. But when they see it, they say to themselves, what's wrong with these people? They're weird. They're out of touch with humanity on this. All right, so 855-839-1210. The big issue is going to be, can you take the money away? How do you take the money away? But on the tariff thing, you're really never going to convince me as a long-term strategy that tariffs are the way to go. I still think in the end, economically, various people we bring on that we think are sound economically, they don't like them either. And I think it's a short-term type of thing to make a point to try to gain a little bit more traction here with Mexico and Canada and then move on. The update today is it looks like this is going to move fairly quickly away from this. But the overall reaction to last night, the CBS polling, the other polling, Trump is in 70% favorability, 75% favorability. People like what they heard. Look, after Biden, this is a refreshing change. America is back. People like to hear that. They want to believe that. They're willing to give some more time on the issue of inflation and a grocery store. But that's an area that's going to be difficult to try to penetrate this and to move forward. Here is Jeff Zelina. This is Cut 9, Dan, from CNN, talking about Laken Riley's death. Listen to the words or phrases that he stumbles over in trying to describe Laken Riley's death.
As well as the mother and sister of Laken Riley, of course. She's the Georgia student who was murdered by an illegal immigrant as well as several other people who have stories of crime and loss and whatnot.
Yeah, very hard to say illegal immigrant. I'm surprised he ended up saying it. So America does not dismiss these people and their pain and their loss. They don't. What's the Democrat counter? What should they have done last night? They should have applauded when they could, embrace that, and then take Trump on when there's a big issue that has some favorability. But they are out of step with the average American. You're not going to make the case. Peyton McNabb may be on the show tomorrow. I'm not, my angle on the whole thing of women against boys or men in sports is not safety, but she's a perfect example of this girl that was really traumatized physically by being spiked with a volleyball. The point I would try to make, maybe it's harder, I'm not sure, but it's about the idea of robbing these girls of something precious, the ability to compete on an even playing field. That's what it's about. Who would want to do that than wear pink supporting women? Who in the world could do that? Well, that's what Democrats are about. They're not going to give it up on this issue. So as maddening as it is, try to take a look at the big picture. This is an 85-15, 90-10 issue, and they're going to lose on it. Same thing with the border. It's approaching 80%. Laken Riley, same thing. They're going to lose on these things. Lutnick telling us that Trump will release Tariff Agenda 2 on April 2nd. All right, we'll see. I mean, I think he made a fair point. There's short-term loss to kind of reapproach, rebalance what's going on with Mexico and Canada. But again, China is where I think this could be effective. All right, we're going to talk with, coming up, Ryan McKenzie, who is the newly minute congressman from the Lehigh Valley. What's it like in the room if you're near a Debbie Wasserman Schultz or some of these other women, and you have to see this right next to you as you're applauding a 13-year-old becoming a Secret Service agent? They're sitting on their hands or worse. Can you talk to them as colleagues? I wonder what Houlihan would say if she would dare come on the air. Why would you not applaud and celebrate these people? Well, that's giving aid and comfort to Trump. That's why I'm not going to do it. All right, Ryan McKenzie next here on The Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. What was it like in that room last night? It was electric in some ways. In other ways, it must have been difficult for Democrats, but maybe a Republican if you're there and you have a 13-year-old boy being made a Secret Service agent and people around you can't clap for that.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's hard to believe.
I'm curious, too. Were any of the Republicans thinking, like, should I say something, like, to have these people show some empathy? Or
Yeah. Well, some were pretty mad when the Kane guy, Al Green, who had a lot of hit records back in the day, was going nuts. You know, and a guy was caned to death in the Senate at one point. Yeah, it was the height of the Civil War, right before the Civil War.
Really?
The guy just beat him to death in the Senate with his cane. Yeah, back then.
I thought the political discourse was bad today.
Exactly. All right, let's go to first time on the show. Congressman Ryan McKenzie here, PA 7th. He beat Susan Wild in the ultimate swing district and crypto district, we hear. Congressman, welcome in. Thanks for taking time to join us today.
Oh, thanks for having me on the show. Great to be here.
So last night, you don't have to name names. We're not after that. But what was your sense, first of all, of when the president pointed out some of these people? And any number of Democrats, were there a few that were applauding, like DJ Daniel and people like that?
So, look, it was exciting to be in the chamber last night to hear the president's address to Congress. We heard all about the things that we had talked about on the campaign trail and that he is now implementing now that he is in office. So that's securing the southern border, getting our economy back on track, ending the chaos around the world, all the things that he and a lot of others of us Republicans campaigned on. Again, taking quick executive action on the border. And then there's a lot of work left to be done and that has to go through the congressional process in a lot of other areas. So he laid all those things out. And he also hit on a bunch of really emotional topics, introducing individuals and their individual stories. And what you guys are talking about is true. I mean, you saw it on TV, but I looked over multiple times to the Democratic side of the House, and they were all sitting there on their hands. And I said in other interviews last night that it was simply shameful. And I actually told some of the Democrats that on the floor as well, because they were refusing to clap for a 13-year-old cancer survivor who was being recognized as a Secret Service agent. They were not applauding for a young man who was getting an acceptance to West Point, to our military academy. They weren't applauding when the president talked about the capture of an ISIS terrorist who had killed multiple American service members in a horrific attack in Afghanistan. And so just totally shameful behavior on their part that they can't even bring it upon themselves to applaud for these things that deserve credit that the president has done because they are blinded by their dislike for Donald Trump. That's really what it comes down to, in my opinion. And so, again, I think it's just shameful the way they conducted themselves.
And it's politics 101. You have to dredge up something. There's got to be some humanity. Plus, politically, when all of you are sitting there like that, I mean, I've interviewed and debated Debbie Wasserman Schultz a few times. And on Fox, you were on the floor, you weren't able to see it. Just her look was soulless almost during this, the discomfort and just the inability to smile at all about it. That may please just the tiniest part of your base. But, you know, hopefully if Republicans did that, we'd call them out too. There's got to be a moment here that really doesn't have too much to do with Trump that you're able to celebrate this. Pick your spot.
That's correct. And, you know, what I'm seeing from a lot of my Democratic colleagues is that, unfortunately, they cannot separate their dislike for Donald Trump and what the American people voted for. Let's get that clear also. He was elected not only through the Electoral College, received the popular vote majority as well. So this is what the American people voted for. But they are against the American people and those positions that they voted for. They're against Donald Trump, and they cannot separate that out from a lot of other positions that are in the best interests of our country and have overwhelming popular support. But again, they can't seem to do that. And so I think they're going to continue to pay a political price if they want to take this resistance posture where even against common sense positions that the president holds and our party holds on so many issues about public safety and about helping protect our children and growing our economy, on all of these things that the American people voted for and they publicly support. If Democrats are just going to take this opposition and resistance position no matter what the public says, I think they're going to continue down a path of political trouble. And if they want to do that, they can be in the wilderness, in my opinion. That's fine.
We wanted to highlight, and, you know, it's hard to highlight all these. We saw that Dave McCormack had on the sheriff of Blair County about fentanyl and about the border. You brought Michael Wargo and his wife, Gold Star parents who lost their son after a long battle with PTSD. And that's an issue with veterans that certainly needs to be highlighted. And again, you think this would be bipartisan. Also, I'm looking at a piece on this. It says Carbon County, highest rate of veteran suicides of any county in Pennsylvania. Any sense of the reason for that? Is it just random?
Well, so a couple things. So we were really pleased that Mike Wargo was able to join us. Unfortunately, his wife wasn't due to some health complications. But we were grateful that he was able to be with us last night because we were able to highlight this issue of veteran suicide and the challenges that they face after they return from their service. And so I was able to meet the Wargos on the campaign trail, become familiar with their story and how they lost their son. And we want to make sure that we're carrying out his legacy and his message so that this doesn't happen to other individuals. And so we were able to do that in part last night by highlighting him and the advocacy work that he has done for so many veterans across our community. And it's one of these situations where there is no singular silver bullet solution to this problem. So you need to work around mental health, substance abuse, homelessness issues, all kinds of different things that we can do to make sure that our veterans are getting the care that they need. And so we're just so grateful for the Wargos and their ability to come and help continue to advocate for this important issue. And, you know, that's one of the things that we do around the State of the Union as elected officials. It's an opportunity because, you know, the whole country is watching. Not only is President Trump laying out his vision and his agenda for the year, but those of us in Congress, we want to highlight issues that are important to us and our community as well. And as you mentioned, a very significant rate of veteran suicide in Carbon County, and something that needs to be addressed and we're going to continue to work on.
Now, Democrats' thrust, not every single one, and certainly I'm not going to besmirch every single or anywhere near that federal workers, their thrust was to say pretty much carte blanche, none of this is necessary. We need all these federal workers. How dare you? A lot of them were bringing federal workers in. And the argument they're making is we're starting to see this at town halls. Now, I'm in the camp, but you actually are in the driver's seat as an elected official. It seems to be, I recognize here locally, at least where I am, the usual activists, indivisible people like that. A lot of these are more Democrat activists. I can't imagine, after last night's speech and seeing the polling, that President Trump MAGA supporters overall are packing a town hall, say, of Ryan McKenzie to scream at you. They don't like what Trump's doing.
Yeah, so here's what I would say I've seen from the grassroots level is obviously those of us that supported President Trump, by and large, they're still very happy with the work that he's doing and the direction that he's leading the country. And then you have the opposition, the Democratic Party, who they got wiped out. I mean, they lost everything from the presidency to the U.S. Senate, weren't able to pick up the majority in the U.S. House. And so they are in a position where they don't have an actual leader. They don't have an actual message. All they can do is just be in opposition to anything and everything that President Trump or the Republican Congress wants to do. And so that's the posture and position they're taking up at this point in time. And they have national coordination and national money behind this effort. And so are there local activists and people who are involved in this? Absolutely. But where does the invitation come from? Where does the coordination come from?
Right.
Oftentimes, it is a national entity. And the way that we know that and we see that is because, you know, it's public information. People post this stuff online. But also myself and our Republican colleagues, we've compared notes. You somehow see all the same signs, pre-printed signs showing up at protests outside of different members' offices. You see the same cookie cutter invitations and templates being provided and shared across different districts all across the country. Somehow they're using the exact same messaging, the exact same materials against all of us. So that is not a grassroots effort. Now, again, they may get local activists who share that interest to join along at the local protests and activities, town halls and stuff like that. But there is clearly a coordinated effort at the national level. And again, that's all they have at this point in time is just resist and be obstinate to any kind of change. But I have to tell you, the American people spoke in November very loudly, very clearly that they wanted a change in direction in our country. And so if the Democrats want to take this position of just being obstacles, I think that's a really poor position for them politically. It's not good for their country, not good for their constituents. But again, also, I think they're going to pay a political price for that as well.
Jordan, today, Jeff Van Drew and others, congressmen, holding a hearing with the 4 big mayors, principal mayors around sanctuary cities. I believe Allentown's a sanctuary city. So how big of an issue is that in your district?
Yeah, well, it is a very serious issue. And so we've actually been dealing with Northampton County, There's an executive there, Lamont McClure, who signed into action a very similar policy to sanctuary cities. And what I mean by that is it's at the county level, obviously, so it's a little different, but basically saying that they will not fully cooperate with ICE on the handover of violent criminal illegal immigrants who are in their custody at that point in time, and ICE is asking for them to be turned over. They won't let ICE come into a courthouse or a jail and actually do a proper handoff in a controlled setting. And so we have seen this twice recently, where Northampton County, the executive very flippantly, in my opinion, says, well, we're just going to release them onto the street and then ICE can pick them up out there. Well, what that means is that ICE needs to stake out the courthouse, wait all day long, taking police resources off the street and away from other things that they could be doing. And they have to wait for this individual to be released, and then they have to apprehend him in an uncontrolled environment out on the street where other gang members could show up or family members could show up and cause a commotion, or the general public, if the individual tries to flee and escape somehow, could get out into the local community. And this has been done now with child predators, domestic abusers, suspected Tren de Aragua members. I mean, absolutely crazy. But this was signed 5 years ago by this executive, Lamont McClure, when there was kind of the frenzy the first time Donald Trump was in office to do everything they could to push back against his immigration orders. Well, now our local community is seeing and feeling the effects of that. And I think it's a terrible policy. I think they should change it. They should rescind it. They refuse to do that. But so one of the other things that we are talking about in Congress is, do you take away federal funds from individuals and entities that want to have this kind of policy? Because why are we continuing to fund these operations if you are violating our federal law, and also you're diverting federal resources? If the resources, which we know are finite, they're constrained, if you want to waste federal resources, then that is one of these things that we want to actually rein in.
Congressman, to the point, that's the thing that would do it. What are the hurdles for listeners? Is it just a federal judge at one level put in by President Obama or Clinton, or they're ideologically bent that way, and you just can't move the ball? Because this has been tried before. It's the only leverage you might have other than elections, which take a while. What's the hurdle to not being able to do that?
Yeah, we've seen that judicial activism be a roadblock for this kind of policy. And so that is where, the actual next course of action is to pass something through Congress. So that's why this is a topic here, something that's being considered, being taken up. And hopefully we'll see some legislative action on this to start to address this issue.
Parting area, every time we have Dave McCormack on, I told him he buried the lead one day about your area, Lehigh County, Allentown and environs. Is it going to become a crypto capital? Well,
we have already started to see some of that activity come into our area, and we see, Bitcoin miners and operators coming into the local community. And that's not a bad thing. Again, generating jobs, generating economic activity. And this is a new part of our economy that we want to highlight. There's a lot of legislative action in this space on committees I'm not currently sitting on, but financial services and some other committees are really taking a serious look at this. And just in this new economy, there are so many new technologies that are out there. We want to make sure that America is a leader in all of these spaces, whether it's crypto, AI, all kinds of new things. We want to make sure we're at the forefront of, and all too often, legislation and regulation moves at a much slower speed than technology. And so we are in a position where we have to catch up. We want to make sure that the proper approach that we can actually have safeguards in place, make sure consumers are protected, make sure everything's moving forward, but at the same time, not impede or slow down the innovation and growth in these industries. So it's a delicate balance that needs to be struck, but absolutely, we want to embrace all these new technologies, and we want America to be a leader in these spaces.
Congressman, great stuff today. Thank you very much for that inside look at what happened last night. Please come back whenever there's something you'd like to talk about.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, and look forward to joining you again sometime soon.
Congressman Ryan McKenzie, I can't get enough of that crypto belt there. Lehigh Valley, Allentown, et cetera. Yeah, we're going to be on that. But here's something. Did we have a drum roll? Do we have, yes, I don't know if that's an Italian drum roll. All right, we're going back to Italy, the Grand Tour. Well, a side tour of this. It said you. Yeah, buongiorno.
Your Italy trip sounds fantastic.
It said you just don't visit Italy. You fall head over heels in love with the ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans. I believe Patton. They all left their cultural mark. Join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Rome's home country, Calabria. She is an American citizen, always has been. Just want that for the record. But they go back to Calabria, the Paganos. I'm heading for Europe again and going with the best tour operator in Italy. You know them, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events, you've heard us talk about them. We'll get the tour guide on to lay those out. They're unbelievable. Bustling Palermo, Quattro Conte, Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Here's what you do. Just get all the information. That's all you have to do right now. Go to the website, conservativetours.com, or call them toll-free, 888-733-9494. You will even enjoy the Godfather tour part of this. Yes, you'll visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. And I'll see you there in Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country.
The only thing we don't have is a good, nice, juicy Philly cheesesteak.
Is that with or without?
With.
You keep all that stuff. Of course. It's gravy, even in Sicily. All right, call 8.
Well, you're wrong there.
I know that there's also in America a big fight against saying gravy or sauce.
What do you say, Giuseppe?
It's sauce.
Hey!
Don't get that guy back. No Giuseppe the next time. All right, what you do is call 888-733-9494. I'll see you in Savoca.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A strong storm system moves through the Delaware Valley today. It'll be windy with showers around during the afternoon, some heavy at times. A strong to severe thunderstorm is possible, high around 60. Expect slow conditions for the afternoon commute. Tonight, showers come to an end during the evening with a low 48. And for Thursday, becoming partly sunny, it'll be breezy and cooler with a high 52.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Their experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. All right, with those French cuffs, do we still call them that? I believe they do, and I couldn't see the cufflinks. But that blue suit, how did he have the camera on him there? Jeff Van Drew last night, Congressman Van Drew, certainly was in the house, right there leaning over as the president went by. Congressman, welcome in. Is that one of your favorite suits last night?
It actually is one of my favorite suits. I wore it at the Republican National Convention when I gave a speech. I've worn it just what I think are big events. It's fun, but it's conservative enough because I have even suits that are a little crazy, but it's just plain blue, but it's a bright blue. And it's just something a little bit different.
I think you can get away with pinstripes. That's something like that, right, Tom?
Oh, yeah, pinstripes, gangster look. You can do that.
I got pinstripes. Yeah. I got, absolutely. I got the squares, I got it all.
All right. So Congressman, in the room last night, we talked to one of your colleagues, Ryan McKenzie, about it. You were near Democrats, some of whom, were there any that were applauding the young man, the 13-year-old who was sworn in as a Secret Service agent, or was it pretty much as it looked on TV? They weren't going to applaud anything.
It was pretty much as it looked on TV. And, that's sad because you really got to think about, it's just like voting. Think about what you're voting for or against. Think about what you're standing up and applauding for. So I got to be honest with you. If we had a Democrat president that was doing something like that for a young man who's gone through a lot, or remembering somebody that has had a real challenge in their life. They bring different people forward who kind of have been examples of Americanism. I'm going to applaud for it. You can't be so partisan, so unbelievably angry that you don't applaud for good people. So, I was surprised at that, but those folks are angry. They're just really, really angry. I understand that, but we shouldn't let it affect the way that we handle situations like that.
Well, without a doubt, and we both know Politics 101, I mean, even if it's not your full heart, you at least have to acknowledge it publicly in that setting. That's beyond that. That's self-destructive. That's almost soulless not to realize, my God, I don't know what could wrench. Look, with Laken Riley, as heart-wrenching as that, they don't agree with it, but they can still applaud the people there. They don't have to say they're applauding or agreeing with Trump and the Laken Riley Act. To that point, Congressman, were you on that committee today? We saw Jim Jordan, Scott Perry, and others with the mayors coming in.
No, I was not me. I actually had Judiciary today and Transportation. Transportation were done. Judiciary, I'm in the middle of, so I stepped out for a minute, but I got a bunch of things going on at once. It's one of the, for people listening, crazy things in Congress. For today's an example. We had a Judiciary subcommittee on the Coast Guard, which I'm on, and then we had the Judiciary hearing, which I'm also on, the full Judiciary Committee, on a number of bills, and we're kind of having some arguments, debates, colloquies on that. So transportation is done. That goes relatively quickly. Judiciary, on the other hand, we're debating and arguing all the time. So if you enjoy good debating, I hope it's good. Right. And arguing, that's the place to really see the difference between the left and the right.
What was the high point from the president last night? A lot of people think the moment we didn't have to change all these laws, we just had to change the president, meaning the border, et cetera. That summarized things very well. But what was the high point to you?
The high point was America's back.
Okay.
That's it. It doesn't mean everything's going to be perfect. It doesn't mean we're not going to make mistakes. It doesn't mean that it's not going to be bumpy sometimes, but the basic stuff that you and I have talked about, do we love America? Do we believe in American exceptional? Do we believe in strong borders? Do we believe in a strong and focused military? Do we believe in clean and free and happy cities where there isn't just all the crime that occurs? Do we believe in this great nation at its inception that it truly is a gift from God? And we had lost our way from that. It really was. I mean, the theme really of the left, they don't want to admit it, but pretty much is everything's wrong. America's really not a great country, and we're just like every other country. It really is a globalistic viewpoint. And so to me, the theme is America's back. We're not going to be globalists. We're going to be, and there's nothing wrong with these words. I know the left doesn't like them, but America first, America best, America leading, America the light, the shining city on the hill. That's, to me, what the greatest of all was. Doesn't mean every single thing's going to be perfect, but we're going to work at making sure we keep our America.
We didn't get as much on Ukraine last night, and I think it was appropriate because this was, as you said, American renewal. But when the president did speak about that, There were good news updates. We're moving forward. And the Democrats are left almost to be appearing. I'm sure some of them are not, wanting to do this, that the war goes on. I mean, that's the alternative here when even Zelensky and others are coming to the recognition that this is not going to turn their way. And every day that goes by is another day they can't get more of a settlement to their liking.
Well, their way seems to be years and years and years of an endless war, possibly walking us into a World War III of some sort, possibly walking us into a situation where some of our troops could get committed, certainly walking us into spending more and more money. It's about, and everybody has different numbers. I'm not sure exactly what the right number is, but I'll tell you it's for a lot of different reasons. But it's at least about 1/5 of $1 trillion we've spent already, and they want to keep it flowing. First of all, and I've said this all along, the very first tranche of Ukrainian money, I voted for it. Nothing after that. I asked for the Department of Defense to audit where the money's going. Doesn't happen. Asked for European countries to pay their fair share. To really, they are, as the president pointed out last night, we're separated by an ocean. They're right there. Nope. They're great, these countries, and I love them, and they're friends, and we have relationships with them. But again, it has to be America first. They love to spend money, but the problem is they don't like spending their money. They like spending Americans' money, and Americans are getting tired of working so hard, spending so much, and having so much debt. So I think what the president is playing hard. He doesn't want to hurt Ukraine. He doesn't want to hurt the Ukrainian people. There are some issues with leadership, and there's certainly some corruption there. There has been for years. We still don't know where all the money went. So it's a real issue. So there's a new sheriff in town. He won't just leave them by the wayside, but he's saying, we got to end this thing.
Exactly.
We got to wrap it up. Russia's got to do the right thing as well, and we got to work it out.
Now, Congressman Jeff Van Drew with us. We had a great caller today, and I was trying to explain to him an article I just read yesterday that really pinpointed how colossal the federal government is, the maze, somewhat out of a defense mechanism for the spending, how hard it is to run down exactly who approved the money, how they did it, and exactly where it's going. Maybe you can speak to that because I know you have diligent people and you're on this. You don't want to sign off on something and then realize how it's kind of a scam of sorts. It's not what it was intended to be. Tell us how difficult it is to follow this stuff. Some of it is you get 2,000 pages dumped on you within 3 or 4 hours.
Absolutely. And there's no way you can read through all that. So I've tried to make a practice of not voting for that stuff. So here's the trick that they play in Congress and have for years. They'll take bills that are really good, things that are really good, really important, helping our farmers, supporting our military, helping our VA, or helping our veterans. I could go on and on. Defending our borders, making sure that our borders are intact. But especially the other side loves to jam into it at the same time all this other stuff that's bad stuff. So some of the New Jersey, the USAID where we're spending money on transgender opera. I'm not making this stuff up in Colombia. I don't quite understand what that is. I'd like somebody to explain that to me. Or, as we talked about before, the Muppets and Sesame Street in Iraq, or, $15-20 million, somewhere around that, condoms were purchased by terrorist groups. All of it. What are we doing? And they mix that stuff together. So either you are voting for a good thing that you want, but you don't get that opportunity. So you are voting for bad stuff in order to get the good thing done, or you're voting against good stuff because you don't want to vote for the bad stuff. That's a horrible place to be as a member of Congress. But that's what typically it has been. And hopefully we're going to get down to making sure that doesn't exist anymore. And let me say one other thing, too. In this process, as Republicans, we have to be careful that we are populist Republicans. We don't want to hurt people. Don't want to hurt people that are working hard, working 6 days a week. And I know them. These are my constituents, breaking their butt, and, they are on, family care, for example, which is a form of Medicaid, or disabled people or senior citizens. So we really do have to use a scalpel and not use a sledgehammer, and I think we can do that. But I think it's going to be bumpy, and I think some mistakes will be made, and we'll have to correct those mistakes.
Congressman, thank you. Again, thanks for the fashion advice, too, on top of everything else today.
Okay. You got it, my friend. I will talk to you soon.
All right, Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Phone lines, I'm coming to you. And at 2 o'clock, shooting fish in a barrel, Scott Jennings last night on CNN. He'll be with us. And basically, he talked about the same thing we're seeing today. Could they be this oblivious to how this appeared last night? You heard two people in the room, and that's what it was like there. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All we need you to do is just push pound 1210. A lot of action today with the sanctuary city and these 4 mayors. And again, we talked to Ryan McKenzie. Can they somehow or another take away federal funding? Face it. They're in a different era here. They're trying to cover it up a little bit, but fundamentally, they're still wedded to sanctuary cities' illegal immigration. The only thing that'll stop it is taking away the federal funding. Also, coming up, who is it that Vince Finnerty and the Republican Party in Philadelphia are going to put up to run against Larry Krasner? I'll give you the answer, and you will not believe it. You will just not believe it. All the more reason why, I know they're busy in Washington, get this guy out as the head of the Republican Party. Just get him out of there. You know why it's important.
You're so close to doing it. Do it. Do it.
Get him out. Get him out of here.
Yeah. I mean, how many times do I have to explain? The closer we make it in Philadelphia, the better it is we beat Josh Shapiro and win Pennsylvania the next time around and moving forward. This guy gets in the way. You will not believe who they're putting on the ballot if it's Larry Krasner or Dugan to be the next DA, Chief Law Enforcement Officer, the great Republican Party in Philadelphia. Hey, let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing called dentophobia. Now, Dr. Bentz knows this, and I've seen over the years how he treats fearful patients. One patient came in with a full-on anxiety attack, tears and all, and Dr. Bentz and his great staff worked with her every step of the way, doing whatever it took that appointment to make her feel comfortable, give her space when she needed, and slowly showed her a positive, comfortable, and safe experience. Now, after a few months, she's comfortable and confident when she visits. It doesn't matter what your level of fear is. A little fearful, extremely anxious, you can count on Dr. Bentz and his staff for a pleasant dental experience. My dentist, my guy, Dr. Bentz. Give Dr. Bentz a call now. Get that initial appointment. 610-272-6949. Take care of the dental work you've been putting off. Or have him take a look-see here to make sure there's no long-term trouble brewing. Finally, get the smile that you've always wanted. All that with the Bentz Dental Group website, bentzdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growthchecking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
United States Marine Corps vet Gil Ballanzet is with us. He's a part of the Travis Manion Foundation. Thank you so much for your service, Gil.
Thank you for having me.
You've now been with the Travis Manion Foundation for a year. How did you find it?
It was actually my wife who found it for me, and she said, you should do this. What they represent and what they do is so meaningful.
Thank you so much. Great story. Stay in touch, and maybe we'll see you or hear you again in a couple of weeks when Radiothon starts.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
You got it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. how it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help, like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you. Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Let's end the mystery. Who are the Republicans running for DA against Larry Krasner or Dugan, whichever one wins the Democrat primary? The answer is nobody.
No one?
No one.
Nobody?
Is going to run. That is what their stance is. They said they tried everything in the world. Now,
what a guy that nobody is.
Yeah, nobody will have a great shot here against Larry Krasner of all people.
Fantastic chances for
Yeah,
nobody.
so Vince Fennerty. Vince, you got to call the office here. You got to call Dom at some point when you get out.
Because Dom wants to be the next. He did have great moot court performances.
That's right, one moot court.
Would you run for Republican DA there, Dom?
If they make it, a real operation, real money, of course. With Larry Krasner, he'd have to debate me. If there would be 7 to 10 debates, absolutely, at least that.
Do you need to have a law degree to be the DA?
No, you do not.
Oh, sweet.
I think I could get an honorary one by then anyhow. That's not too hard to do.
Can I throw out a name that would be very interesting if he did get involved?
Yes.
George Bucchetto?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got other big stuff. He's run for stuff. But, yeah, he would be a natural. And in a debate with Larry Krasner.
That's why I throw out the name.
Oh, my God. It would be brutal. You'd have to separate that. But it's more, look, I know how busy they are in Washington. You can have Sam Katz, who ran for mayor twice and came close, very close one time, makes the point, it may not be winnable, but you groom candidates for other positions. Look at Joe Picozzi. He's, 29 or 30 at this point, won state Senate, Northeast Philadelphia. You have pockets in South Philly of Republicans. But are people really that gung-ho for Larry Krasner? It doesn't appear to be this time. You have to have a viable, somewhat Republican Party in Philadelphia. If you don't, we're going to go through this. Look, there's not going to be another Trump, okay? J.D. Vance, leading candidate, great, everyone. You're not going to see somebody who can galvanize people like Trump did. And even then, Philadelphia is so uphill. So you need to make incursions over a 4-year period. That's the only way to win Pennsylvania. Otherwise, we're going to continue to go through this every time. You can't hope forever that they didn't like Joe Biden, they didn't come out and vote and all, and Kamala Harris. That can happen. But to win, you need people to realize what the Republican Party is all about. You got to put up a candidate. I'm going to make it my business. Any national people, they're probably unaware. Look, they're dealing with big stuff, but they got to say, hey, either put up a candidate here or you got to get out of heading up the Republican Party. I mean, how does this work in Philadelphia? In other big cities, it's tough to be a Republican. They at least put up a candidate, though. Now, in the last election, the Republican candidate did lose by 44 points. I get it. But that's not the point. You're grooming candidates for other offices, and you can't have a party unless you move forward with some kind of candidate. I don't know if we have time for this, right? Virginia Fox?
Yeah, it's a great audio.
Okay.
We can save for next time.
Yeah. I saw her at the end last night gabbling the close. She's been on the show before, very feisty, forcing the mayors to reveal how much they spend today on the sanctuary cities on illegal aliens. But the great Scott Jennings is next. Last night, he should have had a bib on. I saw the saliva drip after that with the people he was facing on CNN. It's like a gunslinger. All right, we'll get Scott Jennings on all this stuff from CNN, and then we'll play you some of that sound. You got to put up a candidate, Vince. Take the bartender wherever you are right now. Put him up. Take 2 bartenders. Have a debate. Put one of them up. No candidate. Wow. 855-839-1210. You get in.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A school bus collided with a medical transport van in Medford, Burlington County. The Philadelphia Teachers Union rallied against the Trump administration's proposal to dismantle the Department of Education. And the city has reopened a beloved community center in North Philly that had been shut down for more than 20 years.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. None bigger. The hottest guy out there in cable TV for me. And last night he should have had a big bib on. I saw a saliva drip given what happened with the President Trump speech and the Democrats' reaction to it. Former congressman, current take on all comers on CNN on 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, or later. Scott Jennings joins us again here on the Dom Show. Scott, welcome in. And I saw the saliva drip last night when you came on set after seeing the Democrats in action.
Well, good to be with you, and you're exactly right. I couldn't – well, you know what? I can't believe what I'm seeing because this is the state of the Democratic Party right now. It is – I mean, this party at its core is completely and totally defined by reflexive opposition to Donald Trump. Even if Donald Trump says something that 80, 90% of Americans agree with, they have to reflexively oppose it. And not only do they oppose it, but they do it in a nasty way. I mean, the guy's up here introducing a kid who's surviving brain cancer, a guy's going to West Point, a guy and his mother, the guy gets rescued from a Russian prison. They can't clap for any of it. These are objectively good things. And they're so sullen and angry that he won the election that they're showing the American people that they're really out of touch with where most of us want to be. So I think it was a great night for Trump, a rough night for the opposition party. They are leaderless, rudderless, and really in a bad way right now.
And I think you said last night in the middle of something, you've said it recently, name somebody on the Democrat side more popular, I guess even remotely as popular as President Trump. Who do they have? Who's their most? Is it Jasmine Crockett? Now, I would pay Jasmine Crockett on CNN and Scott Jennings, but who's their face that's relatively popular?
They don't have one. I mean, that's the problem, is that they don't have a leader. And in a vacuum like that, the most outrageous people will rise up. I have to give credit to Jasmine Crockett. She's in a leaderless party, so there's nobody else who's going out there and getting on television, doing radio, doing podcasts. She's ubiquitous. She's everywhere. And she's probably the worst possible spokesperson for the Democratic Party, and yet they're allowing it to happen. They're being defined by these radical voices. And, look, I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican. I want Donald Trump to do well. That's fine with me. But my goodness gracious, it's a terrible political strategy. There's a fantasy circulating among media and among Democrats that Republicans are not happy with Trump. And you hear it all the time. Oh, this is not what anybody voted for. It's exactly what we voted for. I mean, but they're telling themselves stories. Meanwhile, the Democrats, according to Quinnipiac, the Democrats in Congress have a 21% approval rating, and Trump is sitting a little over 50. There's no contest right now.
You talk about it too, and it's an obvious thing, but it takes skill and it takes an eye, and he listens to a lot of people, Scott. His superpower, 80-20 issues, I think they're 85-15, the trans thing, for example. We keep on going back to that. I have my theory, and I think you have said similar things. Why would Democrats persist in that? Even Kamala Harris could revoke fracking. They let her get away with it, but she could not move past that issue.
Yeah, their party is captured right now by a bunch of constituencies that exist on the extreme fringe of American politics. That's one of them. The climate people, that's another one. You know, they have extreme fringe constituencies that sort of make up a big chunk of their party. And there's not a leader of their party who's strong enough or smart enough to say, wait a minute, we don't want to be defined by these extreme ideologies, by these extremists, by these fringe radicals. And the other problem they're suffering from is that in middle America, in congressional districts across this country that have any rural area at all, they don't have any representation. The Democrats are basically non-existent. So they've been sort of forced to represent all these urban, extremely liberal districts. They have lost touch, completely lost touch with the vast majority of the United States and therefore a vast majority of the American people. And a lot of it is over issues like this. The reason Trump keeps bringing it up is because it's not just about the issue. It communicates something about your judgment. If you can't get on the right side of this, what else crazy thing would you believe? And it's really smart. It was smart for him to do it in the campaign. It's smart now.
Yeah, I think it takes people that might be a bit apolitical, and when they hear one party says we're going to have men or boys against girls, they want to know who that party is. And to your point, it goes off. It's a tell. And they say, no, I can't be with that party.
That's right. So, you know, if I'm just a casual observer, if I'm only briefly picking up headlines, maybe I don't even vote in every election. I can darn sure tell you I don't want to be associated with the people who couldn't even acknowledge that poor kid up in the gallery last night who got brain damage after being spiked on in a volleyball game by a biological male playing in girls' sports. They wouldn't even acknowledge that. And, you know, not to mention, earlier this week, every single Senate Democrat voted against the bill to protect girls from boys playing in their sports. And that includes Senator Slotkin of Michigan, who gave their response last night. She was being heralded on set with me last night as a moderate voice. You're not moderate if you're voting against that. I'm sorry, you're not a moderate. You're an extremist just like everybody else. You may try to act like it, but you're not. That issue alone makes you an extremist according to public opinion in the United States.
So, Scott, when you were in Congress and you were there, what's it like in the room? What's your big memory of that? What presidents were you there for? And was it like last night, or would they grudgingly, whichever side, Republicans or Democrats, applaud? Because politically, you just have to for certain things.
Well, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I never was in Congress. I know I heard you say that earlier. And I thought, boy,
my mistake.
He
yeah,
thinks
exactly.
I was elected. And maybe I should be. I don't know. Maybe I will.
I don't know why I have that impression. Absolutely. No, I'm embarrassed. I thought that was a given. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, look, my view is, you know, and I go back to Joe Biden's, you know, State of the Union last year. I heard people say last night, I've never heard a more partisan State of the Union. Were you there last year? Did you watch television last year? Joe Biden gave one of the most nakedly partisan State of the Union addresses. He repeatedly went after Donald Trump. That was the famous speech where he was screaming intermittently to make people believe that he was awake at that hour. I mean, it was very partisan. It was very political. I don't think Trump did anything last night that is really all that out of the ordinary. He went through what he thinks his successes are. He defined himself against his opponents. He introduced interesting stories of real Americans. I mean, it was pretty standard fare. What was not standard was a guy getting thrown off the House floor within minutes of the speech starting. I mean, honestly, like, you've got a Democrat member of Congress waving a cane at the president of the United States. Is this 1853 out here? Like, what are we doing? This is not the way we act. And yet the Democrats can't get control of their emotions and their political strategy long enough to realize just how ridiculous it makes the rest of them look.
What's the fault line that Trump has to watch now? He talked a little bit about tariffs last night. I'm not a fan of tariffs. I haven't heard Scott Jennings talk about them on CNN. Is there a fault line right now? What does he have to do moving forward? A lot of this stuff is popular. Is there anything to be wary of?
Well, of course, it's always the economy. And I think most of what Trump is doing is very popular. He's effectively closed the southern border. The line of the night, by the way, was they said we needed legislation. It turns out all we needed was a new president. That was the line of the night. I think the cultural issues, the sort of the common sense 80-20 stuff, he's nailing every day. But what's going to take a few months to sort out is the economy. Is his economic plan, which does include tariffs, which will include hopefully making permanent the Trump tax cuts, which will include changes to national energy policy. When all that goes into the pot, when it comes out the other side, do people feel more or less economic anxiety than they did during Biden? I think he's got more time than Democrats give him credit for. I keep hearing Democrats on TV saying, "Oh my gosh, how come he hasn't solved all the problems we caused?" Well, he's been in office for 40 days. He's got some months. But if we're having this conversation next year and people feel more and not less economic anxiety, there's no question it'll be a political problem. Now, I happen to believe if Republicans in Congress do everything they should do with reconciliation, that this is all going to come out, and energy, by the way, this is all going to come out okay on the other side. But always, for every president, it's just a feeling of economic anxiety or economic security, and which side of the dial do you fall on?
Why not tax cuts first? Kudlow last night constantly beating that. Is that just Kudlow? Why not do the tax cuts first, then the tariff movement?
Yeah, what I have come to believe about President Trump is that the tariffs are deeply held beliefs of his. He's been talking about it for decades. He loves tariffs. He thinks they will work. He believes that the stimulation of American manufacturing will come. And look, there's some anecdotal evidence that it's working. Honda's opening a plant in Indiana.
Right.
The chip guys from Taiwan are opening stuff in Arizona. So, he's going to have some investment stories to tell. I think $1.7 trillion in investments so far that he would attribute to tariffs or threats of tariffs. What you don't know is the lingering impact of it with the flow of commerce with other countries. I would point out he did put tariffs on China in his first term. Biden left them on, and the world didn't come to an end. It did not come to an end. Now, the Mexico and Canada situation is a little different. I would say we're a much bigger part of their economy than they are of ours. Yes, they're big trading partners, fully acknowledged. And I'm like you, it makes me nervous, the idea of a lingering trade war. But they stand to lose a lot more than we do, which makes me think someday all the parties will come to the table and say, okay, here's what's best for everyone. And he's not wrong about one issue. They do need to do a better job of being better neighbors when it comes to immigration and fentanyl. He's totally right about that.
Do you think Canada? See, I don't see it with Canada. Mexico is where, let's face it, it's a root problem, and we have to take on the cartels. I mean, I went there once to Juarez, and this is years ago, and it was horrible even then, Scott. I'm talking to the mayor of Juarez with desks piled up all around us to diffuse the blast, he told me. Isn't that where the problem is? Canadians, you think, have been deficient in trying to stop fentanyl?
I think they've been deficient in being responsive. It's clearly a bigger issue for Mexico than Canada.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much of it to kill you. And, Trump thinks they have not been as responsive to this. And I think the Canadians also think that, because a month ago when they were having this conversation, Canada agreed to some extra measures, some extra money, some extra technology on their border.
Yeah,
so
they did.
They agreed to. And so, you wouldn't agree to that if you didn't think there was some issue. But you're right. The Mexican problem is huge. And obviously designating the cartels as terrorists, showing a willingness to say, we're going to send the U.S. military to kill these people if you guys don't get a handle on it. The communication from Trump is we're serious about this, and the Mexican government needs to hear that. They have a lot of work to do here, and I hope they do it. I hope they do it because, as you know, in your community and where I live in Kentucky, every community in the heartland of America, people are dying from this stuff. It's destroying communities and families and has been for years. People are sick of it.
Parting area, I'm really interested anytime we have you on, Scott. And thanks for coming on a big day analysis after this. The LA Times situation and a foothold here, how's that going as far as the change with the newspaper, the ownership, the editorial page, et cetera?
Well, I think Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong has a radical and visionary idea, which is we're going to make the news page about the news and the opinion page about opinions, and the opinions are going to be broad enough that everybody can see what's going on. I mean, it's it sounds radical, but that's what he's trying to do. I think it's a great idea. But everyone and every Democrat was predicting Trump would abandon Los Angeles, that he would punish them because they're a blue state. They go in and clean it up in 29 days. And so I wrote a piece saying all this doomsaying from Democrats was obviously overblown, but that's an example of the LA Times. They took it. It's right there. You can read it right on the newspaper. And I think that's a good opinion and a good piece for them to have running on their site. So, look, I think anytime you're trying to make big change at an institution, it takes a while, but I'm happy with what he's doing with the paper. I think it's going to work. I think more newspapers are going to try to appeal to more people. That's the main problem. They've gotten to the place where they didn't want to appeal to half or more than half of the country. Exactly. I think those days are over. They're over.
Well, thanks. We'll go to that site because that story, I hadn't heard it anywhere else. We were inundated in talk radio, as you know, and you're at CNN. I haven't heard one person talk about that. And that says something about Trump, even in a blue city. He's determined to go all out because he wants to show you this is what he's all about.
I got my hands on this week a memo that had been written by the National Security Council staff because Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, he oversees interagency coordination for natural disasters. And so they're telling the president in this memo, we thought it would take 18 months. We got it done in 29 days. We had like 1,500, 1,600 people on the ground, 50 teams. I also obtained a letter from the California Environmental Cabinet Secretary, certainly no conservative. She wrote a letter to Lee Zeldin, the EPA administrator, saying, thank you so much for doing this and working with us. This is beyond our wildest expectations. It was a great letter. So you've got Trump helping California, Democrats and Republicans working together, state and federal working together. It's actually a story of competence in governing, and yet I had to write it.
That's good stuff.
So I did.
Yeah, I'm going to pull that up next break. Scott, now when are you on again? Tonight? What time are you on tonight?
Two slots today, 4 o'clock Eastern, on with Casey Hunt and her new time slot on CNN. And then tonight at 9 o'clock with Caitlin Collins, our chief White House correspondent. So 2 slots today and back in the Thunderdome with Abby tomorrow night at 10.
How many? Is there a limit to how many guys can wear hats on that show? Cowboy hats and some kind of hats. Seems to be a lot of hat wearing.
Yeah, we have some costumery that goes on, and I'll allow it if they'll keep showing up and allowing me to engage in the debate, because I think it's the best show on television. We're having a big time.
Well, the numbers indicate that. The numbers indicate how much that's gone up, and people I talk with, that long form and seeing you in the ring, the Thunderdome with them, absolutely, Scott. Thank you so much. Anytime, please come back.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate the invite and the time today.
All right, Scott Jennings. Can't do better than that, Dan. Nowhere did I see that story. I don't look at the LA Times every day. It's the only way you'll see it. 29 days, he said, clean up. Should have taken 18 months. Worth it right there.
Yeah.
Why would Trump and why would they push you to do that? Competency is what he wants to do.
Could you do me a favor?
Yes.
Next time you have him on, will you ask him about his wrestling fandom?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because on the way out, he goes, all right, brother.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, maybe that's
almost a Hulk Hogan reference
I'm
there
putting
again.
a note down.
He's the one that tore his shirt.
Yeah. Anytime we can get, I just thought I don't know why I thought he was a congressman. A couple of times he was generous about it. Where did he come from? That they suddenly had him as a pundit. He's been on for years, but suddenly the last year or so, it really has taken off. All right, coming up in a minute, we'll play you some of the sound of this Congresswoman.
I legit had to Google it because I really thought he was. Too,
Congresswoman Virginia Fox forcing the mayors to tell us how much they actually spend on illegal aliens. But first, it's time.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Money gone.
All right, today you're playing for a pair of tickets to see the great Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra Saturday, April 5th at a big venue, Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. For tickets, where do you go? Henry, it's your turn today.
No, it's your turn, Dom.
JoeConklin.com.
There it is.
All right. Thank you, Joe. The stuff they make me do here, it's amazing. Guys stopping by around the clock. I'm not recognizing them. Anything's going on today. All right, Dan, what do you have?
Yeah, so, Dom, today, to honor that great new trip that you just announced today and our side question, celebrating your home country. Well, your home country is America. It's the United States. I got to stop saying that. But the country of origin for yourself. Well, no, that doesn't work either. Well, whatever. I'm going to play some Tom Jones, Delilah, and he's singing alongside someone who fits pretty well with our side questions. So, Dom, we want to know who Tom Jones is singing alongside, covering one of Tom Jones' hits. Take a listen.
That girl was no good for me.
Well, there's Tom Jones.
Right.
I was lost like a slave that no man.
And here comes a recognizable voice. Who is this, Dom?
Ah.
You recognize that?
I do not. I know it's not Janis Joplin. We played that many times with Tom Jones. All right, this is quite a... Tom Jones has done a lot of wild stuff. He's not just the lounge act type of thing. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You're off to see Joe Conklin. Jump on board, and then we'll take more of your calls, and we'll play you Virginia Fox. How much are these people actually spending on people here illegally on Talk Radio 1210?
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhouse Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, all we need today is identify this singer along with the great Sir Tom Jones.
Oh, yeah, I forgot what we were doing there.
Yes, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, this hearing's going on. Take a listen. Right. We want to know who the singer with Tom Jones is.
All right, who is that? Let's go to Al in Clifton Heights, Luzamuda country. Al, good afternoon. Yeah. Who's singing?
Good afternoon. Is it Pavarotti?
What's going on here, guy? Yes, it is Pavarotti. Yes. I don't know why I thought it was Bocelli, but it is Pavarotti with Tom Jones. What's more improbable, Tom Jones with Pavarotti or Janis Joplin? Oh, my God. You have to understand, Janis Joplin died at what, the age of 27? I believe it was heroin overdose, and was the...
Yeah, that's more crazy.
Yeah, the Haight-Ashbury, the Doors, the...
Jimmy.
Jimi Hendrix. In that mode of wild, and then you have lounge singer extraordinaire Tom Jones with her. And Tom Jones looked hipper in that. They were just He blended in well with
the all black he was wearing.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom was doing a show at the time where he had guest after guest come on
Right.
and do that. But so this was 2001. Pavarotti had a concert with a bunch of other musicians,
Right.
kind of singing their songs. I mean, kind of impressive, but he was known, Tom Jones, at that point, as one of the great voices, and so was Pavarotti. So it made sense, I would guess, compared to Janis Joplin, who makes zero sense to me to go on the Tom Jones show.
I can see her. They tell her you're on the Tom Jones show. It's like, what the hell, you know? Well, Sinatra and Elvis was kind of a interesting duo, too. I've seen that. Okay. All right. Now, here is, and I think, Henry, you were the first person to get her on the show, and it was on something. She's pretty provocative. Congresswoman Virginia Fox grilling the mayors today, forcing the mayors of Denver, Eric Adams, New York, of course, Brandon Johnson from, there were two Johnsons from Chicago, and I forget.
Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson & Johnson. I forget the fourth. How much do you actually spend on illegal aliens? That's what we wanted to know. Here's how it sounded.
That's Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Johnson, in the last 4 years, how much has Chicago spent on care for illegal aliens?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. So since 2022, since the governor of Texas began
Just
shipping...
tell me a number. I don't need a speech. Just tell me a number.
So since 2022, since the governor of Texas was shipping individuals to cities across this country, the city's budget, roughly 1% of the city's budget over the course of 4 years.
Mayor Johnston, the same question, and I don't need a speech, just a number.
Thank you, Dr. Congresswoman. Thank you, Congresswoman. It's $79 million over the last 2.5 years.
Mayor Adams, same question. How much has New York spent to care for illegal aliens?
Approximately $6.9 billion went out of our taxpayers' funds.
Mayor Wood, same question. How much has Boston spent to care for illegal aliens in the last 4 years?
We do not ask about immigration status and giving city services and providing that access, so we do not have a number.
Well, isn't that good to get out of that one? $6.9 billion, and the way he said it, it's like he's turned. He's on the other side.
I like the
here.
clever Johnson, too, saying 1% of the budget, right?
Yeah.
2025 budget for Chicago, Dom, $18.7 billion. That's $187 million in a year.
Yeah. And Chicago, they're not happy with this, but they'll vote for this guy again to run the second term. I don't see anything happening there. It's taking away the federal money. Now, here is a meltdown of the woman from New Mexico, Melanie Stansbury, from Congressional District there. She's the one that put that sign as President Trump near his head was walking in. Not normal. And by the way, no Democrat would walk in with the president last night, which is traditional. Everybody does that. Both parties, you walk in with the person, the opposite party. They're part of the entourage that comes in. Here's how it sounded.
Now, I want to reject the fundamental premise of this hearing, because what this entire effort is about is intimidating state and local officials, attacking law-abiding immigrant families, and spending millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars, both in the administration and in Congress, to make ads that are complete smoke and mirrors, trying to say that Donald Trump has somehow secured America's safety. What they are doing is not making America safer. In fact, it's a total and complete lie, because Donald Trump has failed to actually even secure the border. He's failed to stop illicit drugs like fentanyl from crossing the border. He's failed to secure sufficient staffing and technology to stop human trafficking and illicit drugs from crossing the border. He's failed to support local law enforcement and behavioral health programs to address the issues that are affecting our communities. And he's failed to even execute on the most basic thing that he said he would do, which was to pass immigration reform when he got into office. Here we are, Donald Trump. Where's your immigration bill?
Again, with the bill, we're back to that. America doesn't care about the bill. They care about the results. By the way, I just saw on Fox in the middle of this, too, something, I don't know if I have this here. Something that President Trump said last night to kids out there, you're perfect in the body you were born in. A lot of play today on that. You're not allowed to say that anymore on the whole trans issue, back and forth with this. The only thing that's going to stop these sanctuary cities and these sanctuary city mayors is federal funding, taking that away. And you heard Congressman McKenzie today say they're working on a bill on that because going through the judicial system, they're going to block it at every turn. We've been through this for a number of years.
Anna Paulina Luna did suggest a different way of potentially blocking. Did you want to hear it?
Yeah.
So you don't believe that banning the transfer of individuals into ICE custody for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement encourages illegal immigration into Chicago? Or how about agencies, sorry, one second, or agents not being able to stop, arrest, or detain individuals based solely on their immigration status or administrative warrant?
So we comply with all laws, local, state, and federal.
To me, after this line of questioning, it's very clear that these policies that you have all implicated are active and alive and well in your cities, are in direct violation with U.S. Title 8 Code subsection 1324, and it is a federal offense. But you all speak about a broken immigration system, and yet here you guys are aiding and abetting in that entire process. I want to be very clear about something. Open border policies, which is something that you guys are talking about, hurts people on both sides, meaning the people that are coming here illegally and then American citizens as well. I do not think you guys are bad people, but I think that you are ideologically misled, which is why, unfortunately, based on your responses, I'm all going to be criminally referring you to the Department of Justice for investigation. And as soon as I leave here, these will be going over to Pam Bondi. I'm not doing that in an effort to bully you guys, but I do believe that your policies are hurting the American people, and you can make that known with the evidence that you can present to the Department of Justice. But if you guys continue doing what you're doing, you're not going to help anyone. You're going to hurt more people, and that's exactly why I'm tired of it. The American people are tired of it. And Chairman, I yield my time.
All right, we'll see. You can try to do that. I'm glad they're looking at alternatives to push back to get some of that. Adams clearly, for a lot of reasons, has moved away from this. Again, Sherelle Parker is not a leading voice going down this path of sanctuary city, even though Philadelphia is. The worst of today, Congressman McKenzie from Lehigh Valley, Allentown, telling us they have this McClure guy. We're going to see if we can get him on. He decided 5 years ago they're going to release the prisoners when they want to release them that are here illegally, not warning ICE and releasing them, or even if they do warn ICE, they release them in the parking lot. They release them to the street. So ICE has to stake out all day, and it could be 8, 10 hours, whatever, waiting for this. The guy could run, grab somebody, do whatever, fire at ICE. Gang members could show up. Other people could get involved with this. This is happening right here, Northampton County. Their guy will release them to the streets when we feel like for various crimes. We're not going to hold them on detainer. We're not going to let ICE come into the jail and make a secure transfer there. We're going to let them run into the street. Now that is something that has to be addressed. I realize how maddening this is because the courts are just basically going to say, no, we do not care. We are going to block this in every way, shape, or form. Yesterday, we had on the mom and the attorney, a civil rights case, young woman who had to play against a male cross country. Colonial School District was one, was at Plymouth White Marsh. And both school districts complicit in this, according to their testimony, and saying the girl was in trouble. She told the guy who played against him at the end of the race, "You're not a girl. You're not a woman. You're a male." Just saying that was bullying, apparently. The judge yesterday, federal judge appointed by one of the Democrats, said, "Nope, I am dismissing this." They're going to keep on this, hopefully running out the clock. But it's maddening to hear that you heard billions of dollars, even in a city like New York, on people that are here illegally. All right, coming to you on your calls. Hit us with somebody, something Italian. Again, we announced today, and I'm announcing it again if you missed it the second time, we are headed back to Italy. And Well, very southern Italy. You don't just visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I think White Lotus, the previous White Lotus, a lot in Sicily. So why don't you join Ro and me for the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria this fall. Ro's home region for her family. I'll be heading to Europe again. The best tour operators, you've heard them on with me. You've heard the results, multiple trips with a lot of hosts here, conservative tours. They are incredible. All this for just $55.44, including airfare. The dining events, we'll be laying them out. They are legendary. They know the places. They know the players. They know the food. You will be amazed. We'll visit bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, Montreale, the Palace of the Normans. Here's the phone number and the website. Call Conservative Tours to get all the details right now at 888-733-9494 or go to their website, conservativetours.com. We're even going to enjoy the Godfather tour. That's right, all the locales in the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily, that has to be Taormina, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always really a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca. All you have to is call Conservative Tours, 888-733-9494.
A strong storm system moves through the Delaware Valley today. It'll be windy with showers around during the afternoon, some heavy at times. A strong to severe thunderstorm is possible, high around 60. Expect slow conditions for the afternoon commute. Tonight, showers come to an end during the evening with a low 48. And for Thursday, becoming partly sunny. It'll be breezy and cooler with a high 52.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for crash-proof, and it'll be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2-1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's DOGE. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsmaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is Dom time. This mayor's sanctuary city today is just incredible. Nancy Mace, let's face it, not the most pleasant, difficult interview, can be kind of prickly, but effective in this. Here's Nancy Mace from South Carolina with the 4 mayors, telling them her thoughts after trying to get some information from them today.
Okay, do you believe it's acceptable for illegals who commit heinous crimes be released back into the public instead of being detained and deported? Mayor Adams, yes or no?
Anyone break a crime?
Yes or no? This is not hard. Yes or no?
Anyone that break a crime should be detained.
Okay, Mayor, yes or no?
They should be deported.
Okay, Mayor.
Any individual that
Yes or
causes
no?
harm
Yes or
and
no?
breaks
Okay,
the law
Mayor Wu?
should be held accountable.
This is why you have 6% approval rating, because you suck at answering questions. Mayor Wu? Yes or no?
Anyone who's a public safety threat should be prosecuted.
All right, I have my next question.
But in Chicago, are they actually going to defeat this guy? His approval rating is worse than anything imaginable.
It doesn't matter. I think they're a lost
Yeah,
cause.
they just they continue to go. Well, African Americans, they are the illegal in the thing, and the mayor of Chicago today went for it. He kept on bringing up Abbott. In other words, they wouldn't have had this problem except for Abbott. Now, Abbott, brilliantly, we saw what happened with sending them to Martha's Vineyard, how quickly they dispatched them. DeSantis on that one. I just think what he did was exactly the right thing. Why should Texas have to put up with all this? But they're not going to answer that question easily. We'll see. We'll see how it continues. The only thing they can do is take away the money. All right, we're asking today on the side question about something Italian. Sicily, the trip. Hope you'll consider it. Hope you'll contact Conservative Tours, get all the information. And in coming days, we'll lay it out even more. These are fabulous. The last time we took about 60 listeners to Venice, Rome, that part of it. Years ago, we did the same thing. This time, much different. And Sicily, much talked about. Calabria, the Godfather Tour, all of that. It's... I think of Palermo, I think of Patton Racing Montgomery, who was going to be the first there. All right, let's go to Robert in Bensalem. Hey, Robert, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today. Thought the speech was great, and I understand that the Democrats don't want to clap for nothing, and that's going to be their undoing, because I remember when Obama talked about taking out Osama bin Laden, everybody stood up and cheered.
Yeah, that night people went to the White House, and these were some Republicans, too, screaming USA, USA when he took out Osama bin Laden. Exactly.
And as much as it might irritate people, I've heard people say they hate them now. Don't hate them. It's just a waste of energy. You want them to lose, let them keep doing what they're doing. I don't see a win for these guys going forward unless they seriously change their path, and I don't see that happening either, Tom.
No, and again, Jennings just laid it out beautifully. These are 80-20 issues, and the one we're talking about, Robert, it's 100-0. You have to applaud a 13-year-old kid fighting brain cancer who's being made a Secret Service agent. You in America have to applaud that, whatever the context or you think it is. If you don't, it's 100-0.
Absolutely, and I think that, like I said, they're going to keep going and they're going to keep losing. And I'm not. If somebody wants to dig them a hole, give them a shovel, Dom. As hard as it is to take, let them dig their own grave.
And that's the right perspective on this, Robert. I know people get agitated. We see this stuff like with the sanctuary cities. I try to take, and you're right, the long view. In the end, though, we're going to get a lot more done because they're not going to be in power.
Oh, man, you're absolutely right. And I could go on forever with this, but it's interesting. But I'll get right to the side question. I wanted to go outside the box because a lot of the answers were previously taken or whatever. I'm going to go with anarchists. And I say that because first we had, Sacco and Vanzetti, and they were convicted and sentenced to death. An associate of Vanzetti's named Mario Buda, who was a Galleonist anarchist from Italy, engineered the first home terrorist attack. It was 130 pounds of dynamite in a horse-drawn carriage left in front of the stock exchange on Wall Street at 12:01 p.m. at lunchtime. It killed 40 people, killed the horse, and it wounded hundreds more. Before they were able to piece it together, Mario Buda had boarded the ship and went back to Italy, so they never were able to try him for it. But I'm just wondering, you guys have such a beautiful country down there, Dominic. What's with the anger of the anarchy? I look at the food and I look at the scenery and I'm thinking, what am I mad about?
Yeah, if it were Dan's country, I could see why they'd be mad there.
Ouch.
Yeah. All right.
You guys have a great day, Dom.
Thank you. Thanks, Robert, very much. All right, we'll get to the lightning round. Boy, it's amazing what people dig up on the side question. That's why we love it. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
The Philly Boat Show is back, March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show, March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, that's right. Henry from the desk of Hank. We'll have a lot more in sports tomorrow, but the Eagles, a big signing, right?
Yeah, big 3-year, $51 million contract for our all-pro linebacker, Zach Bond.
And that's after they paid Saquon Barkley, 3 years and $20 million. We don't know how much is guaranteed each year. Yeah. $41 million. Yeah, that's the one that's surprising. The salary cap, you're going to tell us tomorrow, the Thursday sports really doesn't exist.
It does not. Especially in Howie Roseman's eyes, it does not exist.
Okay. But sports talk, it's amazing to me. I can't imagine anything like that in what we talk about where it's away from the subject and we talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
Are you going to talk about the Sixers?
Well, okay. Let's go to Joe in Bordentown. Joe, what is Italian to Joe?
Benvenuti, Dom.
Benvenuti, Joe.
It would be Roman concrete. Well, the Romans discovered that by mixing a volcanic pumice with the cement, that it would make perfect hydraulic concrete. And few people realize that the Colosseum, the Pantheon, and the aqueducts are all made of concrete.
Very nice. All I know is that's the analogy, Dan, I use when I'm standing above President Trump at the Resolute desk looking at the hair, and it looked like the viaducts or the aqueducts maneuvering in there that the ancient Romans used to do something. But he's right. They created roads. Let's go. Oh, Joanna in Gloucester Township. This is one I was going to take off the board. Italians, Joanna, what do you say?
Hi, Dom and company. I've been listening since noon, like I always or usually do. And Italy is just a fabulous country as far as the architecture, the food, everything. Being an Italian, growing up Italian, what stands out to me is the Italian family. You see it on TV, you see it in movies for years and years. The closeness of the family. I was blessed to grow up with 14 aunts and uncles and God knows how many cousins. And we were always together at somebody's house for a Sunday dinner.
What's
So
the key word in The Godfather? What's it all about?
It's about familia.
Don't go
It's
against the
about
family.
familia.
Santino, what's the matter with you? I think your brain is going soft.
All right, thank you, Joanna.
That young girl. Never tell anybody outside the family what you're thinking again.
Yes, the family. That is an excellent summary. Now, Dan, I hope he can go on the trip. He would be like a better tour guide even on this trip. I mean, University of Florence, God knows where else he's been, the great Joe of Exton. Hey, Joe, what's your answer today?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon. My Italian phenomenon is the Villa Medici on the outskirts of Florence, and specifically the staircase, which is a double-sided staircase. And the beauty of its design lies in the elegance of its flare, its wideness as it spreads out as you descend the steps. Now, in Philadelphia, on Broad Street, the Union League building has a double-sided staircase, which is a replica of the one in Florence, albeit a minimal one.
All right, Joe, you came through as usual.
That was a
Nobody
great
better.
answer, man.
Oh, my God. Yes.
Wow. I didn't know that. I learned something new again.
I felt as if we were throwing 3 coins into the fountain right
There's a
there.
nice staircase outside the Union Link there.
Yeah, it is. I didn't know it was a replica of that, though. It's huge.
How does Joe know something like that?
Yeah, well, he was
Who's
University
that?
of Florence. Another Joe, Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Wow, 3 Joes in a row.
Yeah,
What do you make of that?
yeah.
My selection is, and if it wasn't for this guy, I would have never got to know you, Dan, Henry, and I can go on and on. It's Guglielmo Marconi, the inventor of the radio.
Yeah, in my top 10 Italians, he's right behind Chef Boyardee. He's right there.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That's not pasta, Dom.
We've been through this, though. Chef Boyardee brought it to the masses, though. He did. He wasn't around for the Olive Garden. That would have been great. Dan, I would have loved to book Chef Boyardee. That'd be a great show. One of my
Producer's
all-time-
note,
Yes.
there's actually 4 Joes in a row.
Was it? Yeah.
Joe, Joanna, Jojo.
That's right.
A lot of Joes. Maybe we do that as a side question.
Yeah, true. The Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210.
Combo breaker.
Yes, Earl. What do you have, the Earl?
Well, I take umbrage with the fact about the Italian grandmothers with plastic on the couches, because my Polish grandmother had plastic on the couches as well. And I was going to give the answer of old Italian grandmothers wearing leopard, but same thing. My grandmother always used to wear leopard print all the time, so I'm excluding myself. Huh?
Are you sure you're not Italian? It seems you got a lot.
Yes, there's a lot of Italian tendencies there.
No, she spoke Polish, so definitely Polish on that side. But I want to change my answer, but it's not fair, so I'll stick with what I called for, and I'm going to have to go with the crying Indian from the Make America Beautiful campaign, Iron Eyes Cody, who was born in Louisiana to Sicilian parents. He's not Native American; he's Sicilian.
All right, Dan, wrestling famed, Chief Jay Strongbow apparently was from like 9th and Rittner.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he was Native American. I think he was Italian.
I didn't know he was a Philly guy. That's what I'm more.
I believe that he is. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and we think that Scott Jennings, by the way, we're checking on this, is a wrestling fan. Next time he's on, we got to get into that without a doubt. Let me try one more. Let's try, Carmen in Moorestown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Carmen, afternoon.
Hello, Dominic. I know I have to be quick. My grandfather told me when I was 7 years old, so that's 70 years ago, to take a good look at Michelangelo's David and look at his eyes. They're looking in different directions. And look at his arm and look at the way he's standing. He's standing exactly and looking, his eyes are looking exactly the way any great baseball pitcher will look before he throws the ball for a strike.
I didn't know that.
So there it is.
Was it hard to focus on the eyes, though?
Yeah, it is.
The whole thing is in the eyes.
All right. Thank you, Carmen, as always. Boy, that was a murderer's row of great calls on this. We really got some stuff that's going to be hard. I have a favorite here. I don't want to give it away. So, influence. Henry, what did you hear?
Yeah, I liked, let's go with two Joes. Joe in Bordentown with the Roman concrete. Wouldn't have any of these big structures without it. And Joanna in Gloucester, the family. I mean, what more can you say?
Yep, that's where I would be, Joanna's. But Dan, what do you say?
I gotta say, it's something you envy. Is the style of Sunday dinners, and
exactly.
I think Joanna's was really good. I also like Joe's staircase with the facts of the Union Ling, but I got to go with Henry's as Joanna too.
All right, Joanna. Name goes into the hat, and I think we have it still this week with Gallows, right? Gallows Seafood on the Boulevard for a little while longer.
Another month,
yeah, great stuff, and also their burger spot. Thank you, Jim Harvey, as you are Hall of Fame of Father Judge, and they still keep the Crusaders. Nice. You're not supposed to say Crusaders
Catholic
anymore.
League champs.
That's right.
Yeah,
they won baseball statewide recently. Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I made the mistake, thanks to our mutual friend, Dan, you were there, to compare them to St. John Newman, and I think I was booed. That was
you were going with the heel vibe, you know?
Yeah, I was going with the heel vibe. Get that guy out of here from South Philly. All right. Richie always next. Follow me on Twitter. Don't forget the big trip. Get to conservativetours.com for all the information. Rich next for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today.